so hot, I ain't coming down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another event of the UTMB World Series 2024, and this one is a big one for the fourth year consecutive. This is the major of the UTMB World Series, the European major, and this is no less than the HOKA Val by UTMB. We're going to have all the distances, of course, 50K, 100K, and 100 miles. And today you're joining us, as you can see on the top left corner of your screen, the 50K, the PDA. Exactly, the distance is 55 kilometers and 3,300 meters of elevation gain and 3,700 meters of elevation down. So this is a point-to-point race with a net downhill. It started this morning at Salardou. And as you can see again up there, it was about 2 hours and 14 minutes ago. And we have exciting battle at the front, which is pretty cool. And we're going to be obviously telling you about everything during that live. So there's one thing I need to tell you. If you're watching from YouTube, that there's a new system for the chat. So actually, if you want to interact and be part of the interaction during the live, then you need to join us on the platform live.utmb.world, and then you'll find the event to follow, which is Val d'Aran by UTMB, and then you select the PDA. And you'll be joining the race that we're covering today. And in there, you'll see on the right-hand side the ability to log into the chat and be able to chat with everyone. So that's gonna be a good one. And we're gonna have, I think, very soon a preview of the current favorites, men and women. Right now we have those drone shot of, I think it's a pretty big downhill after they get to this part up there on the course. There we go. So the course, as much as it starts uphill, it starts much higher, as you can see, at 1,200 meters. And this is the long uphill, up to kilometers. There, actually, like the Côte de Poro, and then down 2 kilometers. But in this section, because of the snow, there's been a route change, which is about like 3 to 3.5 kilometers shorter. And then took the Salana, and then back down to Mont-Romies, and then again down into the valley for the last climb, as you can see at the bottom after RTS. This is the last big climb of this 55K. And the valley took the Cova, and then dropping down into Viella, where all the races of the weekend will be finishing. Viella, which is the capital of Val d'Aran. And there we go. this is the course which is going to be shared by the 100K and by the 100 miles that we'll cover on Saturday. So we're waiting for the first man here, and there was a battle between Danny Castillo from Wild Trail Project, and it looks like Anthony Costales from the US has moved back up the field in second position, representing Nike Trail, and then it's the Portuguese Andre Rodriguez who is in first. He went through Colomiers in 1:56.05, and then about a minute later was Anthony Costales from the US, and then 10 seconds later was Danny Castillo. So possibly Anthony and Daniel are working together. In the women's, as you can see here on your screen, I was looking at the time splits. Marie Claqueg Fernet is one of the favorites with the UTMB index of 745. A top 10 at UTMB, sorry, is pretty solid. Then we have Gisela Carrion, who's also done extremely well, raced quite a lot in Spain and on the 20K distance. So this might be a bit of a stretch for Gisela on this 55K. And then in third, as we present those top athletes, Marta Perez from Team Nike Trail has been doing really, really well. If you were with us, we've seen her do well at the 50K at the Tenerife Blue Trail. She was second behind Maud Matisse, and also a 22nd place at Zigama Escori. So also she's been racing quite a lot in Spain, and this is the case again for this fourth edition of the Valderrama UTMB. And then in the men's, the highest UTMB index, but not in the lead. He wasn't too far back, but he was not in the lead. Miguel Arsenio, he's been racing a lot. I was going to tell you that, in Swiss Canyon he was winning, but that was the 111 kilometers, and it was only, I think, 3 weeks ago. So that's a pretty tight back-to-back. Jose Angel Fernandez Jimenez, also did extremely well on the 50K distance at the Penegociada Trail and the CO100K last year. And Andre Rodriguez, who's currently leading the PDA at this moment. He had a tough time at OCC last year, but that was not reflective of his level because, like, winning the Lavaredo Ultra Trail 80K last year, he is definitely one of the top contenders, and rightfully so, is now standing in the lead just ahead of, once again, Anthony Costales and Danny Castillo. In the women's race, no surprise here, Ines Astrain from Spain, representing the Team Joma Trail team, is in the lead, followed by Marta Perez from World Trail Project Nike Trail. And they were 3 minutes apart already at Colomiers. And then it's Lady Paola Ormaza Casalas from Colombia, who was another 2 minutes back. So the splits between the women's are substantially bigger than in the men's, and we're trying to at the minute figuring out what's happening with my co-speaker, but he will join very soon, I'm sure. Everybody's waiting for him. I have no doubt about it. So okay, sweet. Joao is here. James Walmsley. Well, I think he's saying good luck, everyone. We say congratulations to you for yet another fantastic Western States performance. They should rename that race after you, man. And the sound quality is rather poor. Can you be more precise about the sound? Is it the volume? Is that saturating? There's quite a few things that could possibly be doing, but I would need to know a little bit more, JP, if you have something specific you can share. But thanks for the feedback. This is what we need to know early on, so then we provide a perfect commentary. Like the quality of the sound is obviously very important, and yeah, JP, if you have a bit more details that you can share about like how the sound is rather poor, that would be very helpful. Thank you. And there we go. That was the start this morning, 7 a.m. local time. And you can see that the weather conditions are absolutely perfect. It might actually get warm in the afternoon. And if you've landed here by accident, there is a live coverage in French as well as in Spanish. So if you're French or Spanish, then by all means, try to find the right link instead of listening to me in English. You'll have the opportunity to, to join the live commentary in those different languages. There we go. Here he is. I think he was trying to get on the live coverage in French, but they just didn't let him in. So he had to fall back on the English channel. Welcome, Ash. Welcome to the live.
Martin, how are you? It's great to be here, my friend. It's good to see you.
I'm fantastic. Ready for 3 days of live coverage. And right here on your screen is the start of the PDA that started this morning, 7 a.m. We have an early leader that has changed since. Things are kind of settling a little bit more into what will look like a rather final ranking, although they're still far from the end, obviously, but we find our usual suspects at the front. And yeah, pretty exciting.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty interesting race. I mean, I looked at the course profile of this, and I just look at that final last mountain that everyone has to climb, and I think the experienced runners in the pack will know exactly that that's coming up, and they'll prepare for it. And then yeah, and so I suppose, you know, if they're well equipped, they won't change the lead too much. But that is one very, very impressive climb at the end there, where they and if you look at the gradient at the very beginning of it, it looks so steep. Like that will be a real test for everyone.
I think you've got a very good point here, Maj, is that final, and then truly it is the same back end of the course. So basically the 100K is going to cover the 50K course, but start earlier, and then the 100 miles starts actually in Viella and then does the whole loop with finishes with the 100K course, finishes with the 50K course. So this is the highest point right here, and it's starting to drop on the other side, and this is a very technical descent, actually. Last year, we saw a bit of a tumble. I think it was the race leader, actually, who was charging pretty hard. And by the look at the sweat on his shorts, it seems to be already getting pretty hot over there in Val d'Aran. But yeah, that climb at the end, and there he is. There he is. One that we have to definitely look at for Andre Rodriguez from Team Scarpa from Portugal. He's there, well present, and then not too far back should be Anthony Castales and Danny Castillo. About a minute and a half. Yeah, there you go. There's another runner here.
It looks like Anthony Castales, I believe.
Yeah. So once again, we'll see how the Americans handle the technical descent, and it looks like he's charging. So yeah, no need to take too many risks on that section. But look at these guys going down. They're giving our camera runner a hard time, holding on to the branches. That's a good way to go.
You can tell, Martin, that this is like a super steep and technical climb. because their steps are so small, and then their arms are doing the most, uncontrolling movements. It's really interesting. Like you can tell that that it's deceptive how the camera angle doesn't really show how steep it is, but by the way they're moving, it looks like a very, very tough descent to begin with. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
and how they how they're leaning back as well. You see, like the angle with the slope is definitely far more than 90 degrees.
Yeah, like you just mentioned, that gentleman has already got back into first place, Rodriguez.
Yeah, he's a very good like runner on technical, and he will certainly take advantage of that. Perhaps also that was the strategy, not to push too hard until that point, because this is a critical point essentially. Like they're now heading down. There's going to be a bit of a kick, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, on the rendering of the course. But it's actually quite short, and then it dropped down all the way into the valley, and then get ready for that final monster climb that you were talking about. And here, Danny Castillo, I think, standing in third or fourth, depending on, because he was 10 seconds apart from Anthony Costales. And Danny, being also a pretty strong technical runner, he might take advantage of that downhill to try and hold on to Anthony Costales. Both are running for Nike, so if they can actually help each other, that could also be rather helpful. But look at him, like in the front, like right at the bottom of this screen. Man, they are moving.
Yeah, they're absolutely shifting. And like you say, Martin, the day is heating up for sure.
So here with Miguel, who was the one who took out the race hard right from the beginning, and still holding on to second place so far, looking good. And I think this is a pretty good day for Joma team, the Joma Trail team, because Ines Astrain is leading the women's 55K, the PDA. So
Yeah, Martin, it's a really tight race. Hey, when you look at it, where basically the last timing, Matt, was at just under 28 kilometers, and the top 9 guys were all within just 3 minutes, or 3.5 minutes to be sure. So it's a super close race at a halfway point, which is super exciting, and also is really gonna test everyone to see how they've prepared for this distance, how they've prepared for this like type of course in terms of its layout. Because, like you say, they make their way all the way down to the bottom of the valley, and they've got quite what looks like more of a runnable section before that last big climb. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they all prepare for that, because they're really close, and there's a lot of opportunity there if you've done it properly. That's for sure.
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That section after the aid station is a dirt track, which is indeed very runnable, and this is kind of the time where almost you want to regroup rather than try to open up a gap or close a gap, because that's then when you start hitting that climb, and it hits right from the bottom. The minute you leave the dirt track, it goes onto like it's not even a single track, it's just straight up the hill on the left hand side, and then things get real, and all the way up to the top of that climb. So it's almost like, yeah, you get to that aid station, this is the last time you're going to see your crew, so you want to kind of regroup and then cruise on that flatter section before hitting the last major difficulty of the day. But man, I'm impressed. Like Victor is hauling ass. Like even our camera runner is probably like struggling to keep up. And yet, as per the drone footage, it looked like he was in second. So maybe actually he's did pass Andre Rodriguez, and then he's back in first place. Because he is here on the overlay on your screen marked as the current race leader. So hard to tell.
Look at that gradient right there, Martin. Almost 30% at the 32 kilometer
Yeah. So
mark.
they're gonna get to it. Yeah, it's gonna get steeper and steeper. So that descent is really legit. And as you can see, like it just keeps weaving through the the trees and on that little single track that is everything but smooth. And so here, however, you have Andre Rodriguez, his profile, but that's not who you have on the screen. On you have on the screen is Victor del Aguila from Team Joma, and perhaps then Andre Rodriguez from Team Scarpa is in second place chasing, or maybe he's pulled away as we saw earlier on the drone shot, and our camera runner is with second place. It is yet to be confirmed. However, when they were at the top of that climb, they were really close to one another. So if there's a gap, it can't be too big just yet.
Geez, this is the type of terrain that if you have the opportunity to train on it and practice on it on the regular, you would have such an advantage on in a race like this on this kind of a downhill, because that trail looked so gnarly the way he was running down that, so all over the place with his steps. Nothing was smooth. I mean, obviously here he's hit a bit of a dirt road and it's quite nice, but prior to that, it was like that was serious technical running, which some people would really struggle with if they're not comfortable on it, you know. And I think
That's a
Martin
very good point, Maj.
our leader.
And yeah, go ahead. Yep.
No, I think our leader now, as you said, Andreas Rodriguez, has been picked up, so he would definitely be the first man.
But I mean, when you think they're doing it, so officially the race is 55K and 3,300 meters of elevation gain and 3,700 meters of elevation loss. So point-to-point race from Salardo to Viela. They're moving at a pace which would be hard to believe that they're going for 50K. There has been a bit of a change, and these gentlemen have already gone through where they cut about 3.5 Ks because of the snow up high at the top of the very first climb. And so it will be closer to 52 kilometers, but still, like looking at the pace at which they're running is definitely showing the level. And once again, we have on this European major for the third time, my apologies, third time that we have Val d'Aran by UTMB, and now HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB is the major for Europe. We already had Kenyans for the Americas, and in December, I reckon, is it December or November? End of the year will be the HOKA Doi Intianen by UTMB, which is going to be the third major.
What a place, Martin. Look at these drone shots here. What an incredible place to showcase some of the best of Europe. The Pyrenees is pretty special, very different to the Alps, I would say. Being an Australian and seeing it with my own 2 feet at some point in my life, it's very different, but it's an incredible way to experience the technicality of the Pyrenees and all that it has. Because if you look, like, there is just so much like exposed rock here, and you can just tell that the trails that would be getting to these high points, they're not clearly defined, and they're very very rocky, very technical, just good, great fantastic European running, really.
Yeah. I think it's a good point to mention, because I think when people think Europe, they think the Alps, and I think the Pyrenees are very underrated. I think maybe Killian's movie will help that a little bit, like going into the unknown, where he did his like traverse in the Pyrenees, trying to tag so many peaks. It shows indeed how high, remote, and brutal those mountains are. And so, yeah, you get those big grassy fields where there's barely any tracks, and then you have the high, rugged, rocky terrain that has been formed by even though it's been formed by glaciers. It was not long enough ago, so the mountains have been polished, and it's also like therefore very young, very sharp mountains that we see and actually also gave birth to a lot of glacial lakes. And those runners will run past so many high alpine lakes. I think even the national park they're running through has the highest amount of lakes, with like some 20 plus ones that are all like glacier fed and were all formed million years ago. And
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, that's for sure. I think,
well,
yes,
I mean, after the first edition, all the runners were saying, because they didn't know what to expect. It was like the first edition, and all the runners who finished, they were like, guys, UTMB Mont Blanc should be the qualifier for this race and not the other way around, because this is far harder. So everybody realized how hard it is. And now I think this race is a staple, just like Hard Rock in the US, minus the altitude. If you are a true mountain runner, this is the race you definitely go to make your skills, to put your skills to good use.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's not often that we see people who are in the lead or in the top 10 using poles for a 50K. So that will tell you a
Yes.
little bit about how technical and how gnarly those climbs are. And this is definitely the right decision to use poles in that race, because not only here, but as you were mentioning, Maj, like that last climb, that final climb, you need all the energy you can get, and poles will definitely come handy at that point.
Yeah, that's it. And I think, that's the thing with events. If you look at them based on a distance and elevation gain profile, they can be super deceptive. And when you get out to a place like the Pyrenees, it adds this element of technical trail and technicality that you can't really see on a map, or you can't see on an elevation profile. But it takes so much of a runner's energy, takes so much more mental concentration. It takes, you know months, if not years, of practice to become fluid and relaxed on trails like that. And I think that if you're not prepared for it, and you go and run a 55-kilometer race, and you think that it's going to be, not too hard, it's got a bit of climbing, but then you get faced with all this technicality, it really does kind of take the energy out of you that not a lot of other races can do. And I think that's a special thing, because it's really going to burn in the memory of runners. They're never going to forget that kind of an experience when they get out there, and and get to run on trails like this. So it's really cool to have this kind of an event in the UTMB World Series, because it's just starkly different compared to something like Tarawera in New Zealand, where it's not a technical race at all, but it's a beautiful part of the world, and it's an incredible experience in and of itself. But yeah, coming out to the Pyrenees, and being able to do something like this, I mean, look at those mountains in the background with that drone shot. It's just like, what a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed quite unique in that, like when you were saying, why if you show up unprepared, or you don't realize the terrain you're going to be running on, that's going to be a bit of a shock to the system. It reminds me, I won't like give away names, But I remember Americans coming to, and it was Hong Kong, so it's not like it was a crazy mountainous area, but like this was a 50K that was super legit with lots of climbs and descents, and Americans coming in and be like, oh yeah, sweet 50K, I'll be done in 3 hours, and barely took any food, any water, and oh yeah, sure, that person was leading for the first 2 hours, but then and he was barely halfway, and then realized, okay, like I got to give the terrain, the technicality, some respect. And if, as you said, Maj, if this is not something you're used to running on, well, that's going to take a toll on you, because look at this. There's not even a trail here. It's barely an animal track, and it's going straight down those rocks. So that's where we saw earlier the race leaders, if I'm not mistaken, or this is already the top of the second climb. I'm a bit confused here, because I don't think we have seen that person with the cap, so I don't think this is the race leader. I think this is where we saw the
No.
three. Yeah. I think this is where we saw the three
Yep.
or other runners earlier with our camera runner.
You're right.
So that
Yeah. And this gentleman here is grabbing the trees in exactly the same format. So I think it just reiterates that it is very, very steep, and trying to break that momentum, is a technique they're all employing right now. Yeah, wow. Well, folks, we'll leave you with this beautiful drone shot, and we'll be back just after a quick commercial break. So we'll see you on the return. Don't go anywhere.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
All right.
So the YouTube chat doesn't work. Yep.
And and we're back with beauty shots of what looks like Viela, with again fantastic weather forecasted for this weekend. So hopefully not a repeat of last year. If you were with us last year, we had to cut it short, sadly, shortly after the start of the 100 miles, because there were very dangerous thunderstorms and hail and crazy winds on the ridges that was making it extremely dangerous for all the runners to be out there. So I think some 47 runners managed to finish the 100K before it had to be cut, and all the runners in the 100 miles had to be rerouted and sent back to the start and to a safe place. So again, if you're joining us, welcome. The little new thing for this live coverage, if you're used to the UTMB World Series live coverages, is the commentary like box, the little chat where you can interact with us, sending us your stoked from wherever you are in the world, telling us who you're following. If you've already been there, if you're actually racing, because usually a lot of runners follow the races that they're about to race, like in another distance possibly. And actually, that would be a very good move because then you will see the last 50K of your race if you're running the 100K or the 100 miles. And if you watch the 100K and you're running the 100 miles, you'll see the last 100K of your race. So it would definitely make sense. Bottom line, what I was trying to say is, if you're watching from YouTube, technically I don't think you can add your comments in the chat anymore, and so you need to join us on the live.utmb.world, and then you select the event Val d'Aran by UTMB, and then the race, the PDA, the 55K, and then that's where you can join us. You'll see the exact same images, and you'll just be able to join us on the chat. And then you'll also have far more than the chat because you'll be able to see all the runners, the map, the 3D map, the static live cams that you have, for example, at Estan Colomiers, as well as the current ranking based on the live trail checkpoints. So you'll basically have access to all the information we see. And you'll realize that we're not that smart. We're just reading stuff that is available. So by all means, join us on the platform live.utmb.world. And we are back with the men's race leader, and is André Rodriguez from Portugal, who's leading the PDA at the moment on that beautiful single track. I really hope we're going to have clear images because this is kind of a traversing balcon where it really actually drops on the left-hand side, and you can overlook the entire valley from there, which is super cool. We had images of that last year, a little bit later maybe. So hopefully our camera mountain biker, as you can see, is there, but it's just a matter of getting the right reception to send us the images and send it back to you all. Yeah, and then we're tracking those, like more runners coming to that high point.
Yeah, and hopefully, Martin, we should, if we are extremely well timed, we will be able to see the lead females come through here and reaching this high point in not too long. So from the tracker, it looks like they'll be very, very close to that high point, and hopefully we'll be able to get some of these incredible drone shots of them as they come up to this section, and we can see them also then descend off the back of this, like we got to see the lead males earlier on, because that'll be just great to see how they are moving, how they work in close proximity with this, because they are very close as well from what it looks like on the tracker.
They're getting there indeed. And once again, you can see making good use of those poles. And so we're expecting, if the ranking has not changed, Ines Astrain from Team Jomat, and then Marta Perez from World Trail Project Nike Trail, and then Lady Paula Hormasa Casayas from Trail Run Colombia. And then if we go down a little bit, we've got Celia Bachels from Simalp, also coming from Spain, and then Tang Jingyang from China, representing Team Solomon. And then we've got a mate. We've got Madison Reynolds representing Team On from Australia.
Yeah, Maddie's having a good race. That's for sure.
So I don't know how clear the image is with you back home, but this is the trail I was telling you about. It's absolutely stunning running here. All the runners were actually telling us about this after the race, how cool that traverse is, because you have decent footing. You're not climbing too much or descending too much, which is actually quite rare on that race. And there she is, ladies and gentlemen. It is still Ines Astrain in the lead of the women's race. on the way to Tuxalana, the highest point in the race.
Ouais, kilomètre 38.
And I gotta say, very little surprise here. Ines is such a strong runner, and she's shown us already very good performance. If you remember, Maj, we saw her. Actually, I don't understand because I thought. Oh yeah, no, my bad. It was at Zegama, but she didn't do actually as well as she was hoping. And it was at Transvulcania. Yeah, it was at the marathon that she was in second place. Did really well there.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a challenge
That was
always for mountain bikers on that section because there's they go up and around.
Je dois monter les escaliers ou je dois faire le tour?
And he's checking in with the teams like, should I go up the stairs or can I go around? Because obviously with these e-mountain bikes, that's quite a lot of weight to carry up. Oh, and it's good to see Anne and Virko back with us, one of our faithful viewers, and also always good insights or good questions, kind of finding a smart way to put us back on track when we are sliding towards the wrong side of things, usually after hours and hours of live coverage and things are starting to fall apart. And it's like, oh, guys, how about this or this? So it's always good to have support here from you all. And Maj, we will be definitely sliding towards that kind of little bit of an improv crazy side on Saturday. There's probably more than 12 hours straight of live commentary in the books planned for us. So we'll count on you to be there. Keep it entertaining. Keep it exciting. And again,
I think we'll be fine, Martin. I think we'll be fine. It's going to be great.
I mean,
exciting racing.
There's just so many definitions of fine that we will indeed be within that wide range of it. But then I'm confused because we saw Ines getting it to the top, but then I think we're missing her. That's not who we want to follow right here. Maybe our drone pilot is sticking with these runners, but Ines Estrain leading the women's race.
Yeah.
And she must be getting to the top at the minute.
I think hopefully she's just making her way up to the top and they haven't actually got eyes on her just yet. What's going to be really interesting, Martin, is seeing what kind of a gap she has after that climb to the next females, because at the last timing point, she had quite a significant lead. At the last timing point, she had it was about 3 minutes on the second lady. So it'll be interesting to see if that gets pushed out or if that remains the same. And then again, you went through a few of the top ladies before, and they were all still very, very close. They all went through that last timing point within a kind of an 8-minute spread for the top 10. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that's opened up, and how they are setting themselves up for the rest of the race. Because, like we mentioned with the gentlemen in this race, there's a lot to go. There's basically a whole mountain to climb once you get down this very, very steep section all the way back down into the valley. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the legs respond to such a decent downhill by switching back on and being forced to climb up another mountain. So it's going to be great to see how they set themselves up. And you mentioned before too, Martin, the day is heating up too. So we'll see how that goes.
No, and we saw it actually in the past editions. I think it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We had a runner, I think he was on the 100K, who just paced himself so well. It was just, I think it was Liu Tao, the Chinese runner, and at the finish he said like, "Oh yeah, no, I was just, I just take it as a training run until the last climb." And then he said like,
Wow.
then I went on race mode and he reeled everyone. He reeled everyone and then went on to win the race. And it was insane to see him like basically sitting on extra gear the whole race on like and have the confidence to be like, no, I'm gonna be back, I'm gonna let them go, and then I'm gonna push hard in that final climb, and he did, and he reeled them all in, and then the downhill on the other side as well into Viella. It's actually quite challenging. Like first starts off the tub, goes down to the core very quickly. Then it's a single track, quite runnable, not too steep. But then they go to some steep section and then a wide track, and then the last it's kind of a single track cutting through straight down the dirt road. So yeah, like once you get to the top of the last climb, you're far from being done, and you still need to be like on top of your game, because otherwise a good descender could really put a lot of time on anyone who's running on smokes at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge change in elevation as well. I guess runners are probably they're descending, just under 1,000 meters. So yeah, it's a big descent all the way to the finish, and with a little bit of runnable to really finish it off too, with a small flat section, as you said. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's beautiful when you see someone be able to pace a race like 100K so well that they can clean everyone up. It's like a classic marathon where you let the tide go out and then you reel them all in as everyone starts to bonk in the last few stages.
Yeah, and again, like I'm looking at the sky, and we saw already earlier at the top at Tuxalana, it was Andre Rodriguez. His short was already like pretty wet from sweating, and that would mean, and that was early on, like it's already 10 a.m. local time, and it's just gonna get hotter and hotter. So for those 50K runners, it will be actually all right, but like tomorrow and for the 100 miles, that's going to be a different ball game. And even in that last climb, like it's completely exposed. You're out on the face with no trees, and so that could really, really challenge you. See, if they're starting doing that, it says it all. Like it's getting hot out there, and no time is wasted here.
Cool.
And Cal's gonna have to move out of the way. It's always interesting to see like how runners are either very used to running around cattle or not, and it's two very different attitudes. There we go, Ines Astrain getting to the top of Tuxalana. Leading the women's race.
It's moving very well, Martin. You can see she's not using poles. There's a few gentlemen ahead of her that have the poles out, but she's obviously gone without them. But you can see by her technique, she's a very strong hiker. Looks pretty comfortable. Looks like she's moving well.
Yeah, and as you were saying, like the top women were all present like in very little time. However, the gap that she had put on second place was 3 minutes, so that was the biggest gap in between these women in the top 10. So she's definitely played it aggressively in that early part of the race, and so we'll see if she can hold on and maintain that lead, because Marta Perez, who did really well She was second, remember, at the Tenerife Blue Trail on the 50K behind Maud Matisse. Well, she showed that she could race really well. So let's see. Nothing is done, as we were saying. That is just about halfway. And our camera runner is going to go back up to pick up Ines Astrain and run with her for a bit.
Yeah, this will be some cool footage, Martin, to see how well she moves down this section. And I think we're going to have our eyes on... So she has gone to that highest point in just over 3 hours, 3 hours and 3 minutes, 58 seconds. That's how long she took to get to that high point, Toxolana, and we'll see how far off Marta Perez is behind her at the last checkpoint. As you said, she was 3 minutes, so it's going to be interesting to see how that looks in if in the next few minutes or longer. But it's going to be really interesting as well, because like you said, Martin, even though someone has a gap, if Ines has a gap of 3 minutes at the top of this climb, 3 minutes on the descent that follows this climb is not much for someone who is extremely good at descending and is very versed at descending down trails like this technicality. So it's really going to show people's strength as they go down a downhill like this and see how that gap alters.
Yeah, because we saw earlier, and it's good to have now perspective on how quickly the top male runners were going down that slope, because they made it look so easy and smooth, but then now you realize, like Ines Astrain, being a world-class runner, is tiptoeing. Like we saw her put like her hands down a couple of times. It is so far from being an easy track, and they just made it look so easy. But now, hopefully you can realize like how hard that section is, especially after climbing for so long. Because essentially after the start this morning at Salardou, they've been climbing all the time. So you're on climbing mode the whole time, and now all of a sudden you have to switch gear, switch muscle chain, and then this is the track you're given to operate that transition, and that is not an easy one to do. And Ines is indeed looking far slower on that course. So I don't know her personally. I do believe she can handle technical, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen that race. The gap is melting, ladies and gentlemen, between Andre Rodriguez and Victor del Aguila. Victor is closing the gap now on Andre Rodriguez. It's going to be an exciting battle between these two gentlemen. And I think now he's looking back and realizing that he's not alone. And Victor is breathing down his neck.
And Martin, what's interesting about that is that at the last timing point at Mont-Romez, Andreas Rodriguez went through first, then Anthony Constales went through in second place, and he was only 40 seconds behind, and then it was Victor. So I don't believe we have eyes on Anthony Constales right now, but he is got to be very close to the front two guys in that clip that we just saw. So that's going to be a really interesting. It is a close competition right now. It's just going to get even more interesting when they finish off this descent and start the climb up the next mountain, especially with that potentially flatter section in between that joins those two sections.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, because we saw Andre Rodriguez in the lead, and then Victor was closing in on him, but we didn't see, indeed, Anthony Costales in between. So maybe like Victor has really put the hammer down in in that last, well, essentially after the aid station that we saw. Yeah, hard to tell. But although, like, the American runner, like from Team Nike, Anthony Costales, he's a fast runner. Like, he can move. We saw that in races like Black Canyons. And so maybe his cards will be best played after the aid station and on that flatter section after that last aid station where you can see crew and right before the big climb, and then try to hold on to whoever he would ever, possibly maintain even a gap if he's taken the lead at that point. But he would have to like stay on top of things. And they're anticipated at the next station in RTS in 10, 11, and 12 minutes respectively between Andre, Anthony, and Victor. And Danny Castillo as well, 14 minutes, so another 2 minutes back. And he would be actually together with a runner we're used to seeing here in the Val d'Aran at the HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB is Lionel Christian Manolet, the runner originally from Romania, but living in Spain for the longest time and representing Team BK, who is in 5th place. He's been moving up. He knows those trails. He will know how to pace himself. You were talking about that, actually, Image, and we can expect Lionel to pace himself absolutely perfectly on that course, and meaning that if he's already starting to creep up, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually moves even further up in the rankings as the course progresses.
Yeah, that's great intel because that makes it for an exciting race. Yeah, it's super close. Hey, when you look at the top 10 men, the spread between when they're scheduled to arrive at the next timing point is only a matter of yes, 8 minutes between them all. So it's super tight still. And they've got a huge amount to go in regards to what the distance doesn't appear to be too long for 55, but it's more like a 52-kilometer race today. But because it has an incredibly big climb, an incredibly steep section of that climb as well, it's gonna really play towards a lot of people's strength, and also the downhill. You can see on this elevation profile here as well, Martin, the descent here.
You can hear the brakes of our mountain bikers. Like, this is probably one of the most fun section for them. Very playful track here where you have to dodge all the rocks and the switchbacks. And there you go, Ines, on the kind of mellowest grade of that descent. And then, as you were pointing out on the course profile, it's going to get steeper and steeper. And right now, Andre Rodriguez is in that steep part on that single track. And once he'll get there to the bottom of it, he'll be at the RTS aid station. There's a fixed camera there if you want to play with and interact with the live. Again, you go on live.utmb.world, and if you click on the Wii camera, you won't be able to see the live fixed cameras where the runners come in and then back out of the aid station of RTS, which is once again the last place the runners can see their crew. However, I'm not even sure on the 50K they're allowed a crew at these aid stations, so I'm going to try and check that out and let you know. But definitely head down and focusing on the task at hand, representing Team Scarpa from Portugal, Andre Rodriguez leading the PDA after 3 hours and 14 minutes elapsed and not showing much of a sign of fatigue.
Yeah, he's looking behind him there, Martin. You can see, so he's obviously aware that it's tight and it's close, and he really wants to get some markers on who's coming behind him and where they are situated. you know, that expression of running scared, I think that would apply to him
Yeah.
right now. He would definitely be running scared, which some people love to do, and then some people don't love to do at all. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
And talking about
Martin, we've got the first
running
and
scared.
yeah.
So,
So
yeah,
Martin,
Ines
at
Astrain
the top of
might
this
be running
climb,
scared. Yeah.
yeah, and she has basically at the last timing point bang on 3 minute lead to the second lady Marta Perez. So
And so now
they
it shrunk.
summited.
Yeah, it already shrunk 30 seconds. Now it says that the gap is 2:30. I don't think we had enough images of Marta Perez to say like how good she is at running downhill compared to Ines Astrain. But if on that top section she already made up 30 seconds, by the time she gets where Andre Rodriguez is, this gap might have shrunk to far more than that. So the race is on in the men's and the race is on in the women's, definitely.
Yeah, it's amazing when you go and check out the last timing point. It took Solana at the high point there. The spread from the first to second woman is 3 minutes bang on, and then you've got another 2.5 minutes from that to the third place woman, and then another only 90 seconds to the fourth place woman. So it's super close this race at the moment for both the men and the women, which is incredible. After nearly just under 30 kilometers of racing, which is great.
And there, Andre Rodriguez has made it to the bottom of that descent. This is now like kind of a single track on the flat, slightly undulating, next to a big field, and he's gonna pop out on the road, and he's gonna get into the village of Arties, and then he'll have to maybe do a k and a half in the village before he can get to the aid station, and then back out of the aid station on that flatter dirt road that you were talking about, the kind of the last chance of get the legs moving at a fast pace before the final monster climb. And here we're offering you those beautiful images. A camera runner has switched to the front of Ines Astrain, and you see they are not messing about, as you were saying exactly, Maj. Arms are flying to kind of balance yourself. And so let's see what's happening in the chat. Yeah, we've got fans of Andre Rodriguez. We got Lucio Gomez, Hugo Gonçalves, and he's still in the house. And I think I even have a button to put you up. There we go. So that's my face. That's not what I wanted to pull up, but technically just above, right here, there should be the chat that would show with all your comments. And the intention was to make you even more part of the live coverage and show your comments. However, it does look like so far there's just an overlay, but not pulling out the chat just yet. So we'll talk about that at the next pause. And hopefully we can pull up those comments, because we definitely want to have you part of the live coverage as well. And this is why we've actually updated this chat system so we can actually display it. Didn't work. That's all right. Something that works still, ladies and gentlemen. It is the legs of Andre Rodriguez still moving at an insane pace here, and it's going to be hard to imagine how behind you're going to be closing on him and running even faster. Once again, like the one I could possibly picture going faster than that, would be Antoni Costales. Like seeing how quickly he made it through that technical section of the descent. But that is definitely one of the most runnable parts of this course. And as we see behind, perfect execution. I think there was. Did you spot someone, Mash? I think there was someone about like 150 meters back. Hard to tell whether that was going to be a runner or if that was a tree. I think I saw some motion.
No, I think you're right. They're coming up now as well, Martin, to the next timing point, which is basically bang on 40 kilometers at RT's 40.5 kilometers. So they are allowed some assistance at this aid station, and then we'll get a timing point check on that. So it's going to be it's going to be interesting to see what happens just before they have the final climb and the big final descent to finish off this race. 13 kilometers to go after this next timing point. And we'll be back after this short break. We'll see you on the other side. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just missed Andre Rodriguez go through the aid station. He didn't have crew. I don't think these runners can have crew, but basically that's an in and out into the aid station of RTS. And he managed to just refill his water bottle. Didn't even put water over himself. That's on the right here. Yeah, exactly. No. Ah, cabron. I thought it was on the right. Oh, no, there you go.
Oh, there's a marker there.
The flags. Yeah. But so basically, the very important thing to mention is that he went through the aid station very quickly, in and out. Only refilled one flask with water, and was out before Victor de Aguila, who we believe was in second place, or possibly Anthony Costales, could actually get into the aid station. I think this might be a challenge for him if he's kind of taking it. So this is a replay of him going into the aid station, just looking for water, you can see. And then very shortly after, so he filled only that flask, and then shortly after left the aid station. The thing is, this is going to be a long way now until the finish line. And if he didn't take more water than that, then the next aid station is 6 k's away. But remember, there's going to be about a bit of a flat section where the next 3 k's are going to be covered rather quickly. But then it's a hell of a climb. It's a hell of a climb to the the Suntet Destuno aid station at 46K. And there, having only one flask, and it looks like he's already poured half of it over himself. Interesting race strategy. It looks like he favored doing a quick transition rather than truly refill properly. We'll see how it plays out. What do you think? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, wow, Martin, that was interesting. I never want to doubt someone's decisions on that because they obviously know what they're doing. But that was interesting to see him only take one bottle, pour half of it over himself, and then right before a really section with a very decent climb. I mean, the only thing I would say is that it is just bang on 6 kilometers to the next aid station or the next checkpoint. So 6 kilometers isn't that far, but the climb that does include is going to make that 6 kilometers a long 6 kilometers in terms of time. So yeah, interesting. I think.
But
Was
yeah,
he
go
rushed?
ahead.
Did he have a feeling of he needed to get in that aid station and out, and it was worth taking the risk? I think that's from his body language, he was very rushed in that aid station. So he may be thinking that extra 20 seconds to fill another bottle right now might have been a smart decision, but he's also looking behind him. He's very aware that it's close race, and I think he's just taking every opportunity to keep moving and not take any chances.
Yeah, so I think you were right on the money when you brought up the expression "running scared," because as you said, like he was definitely rushing through that aid station, wanting to spend as little time as possible in there, be out of there, out of sight from whoever is chasing. He was looking over his shoulder, and see, he was looking at his watch and looking on the left hand side because he knows that the next turn is going to be on the left, and that's going to be the beginning of the climb, as you could see on the course preview on the left hand side of your screen just before. And so yeah, I think he's now trying to stay away from his competition at all costs, and it is by taking chances. Yeah, you 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 you,
Yeah.
you you favor a very quick transition versus like refilling 2 water bottles and carrying just a bit more weight, sparing another 15 seconds to refill another soft flask. But sometimes that 15 seconds makes you invisible to whoever is chasing because you're going to be away and out of sight. And possibly that's enough to discourage them to keep chasing you. So, you never know. And those are very experienced runners, so they know what they're doing. And if that decision was made to do the quick transition and only refill a little bit, hopefully that's the right strategy. We shall see.
Well, Martin, to add to that, okay, so he was in and out of that aid station in 20 seconds, if that, right? He was in and out. So Victor came through that aid station 40 seconds after Andreas went through. So if he did spend a minute in that aid station, he would have got eyes. Second man would have got eyes on him, and he would have known that he was right in touch. So he probably did achieve one of his goals, which was to be in and out without being seen by anyone else, because that really was such a close timing point for them. So 40 seconds separates first and second, which is Andreas Rodriguez and Victor, and then after that it is 2 minutes between Daniel Castillo and Victor for second and third place. So yeah, that's very, very close.
And I've got a question here because it shows that Anthony Costellis still hasn't shown in RTS. So question is, as he was pointing in second position at just like it was just the last part, the last aid station of that descent. Either his bib number has not registered as he went through the aid station, or something has happened on that technical part, because see, like even like eighth and ninth have not gone through. And on your screen right now is that famous turn that I was telling you about. And see, there's not much of a transition. You go from flat and runnable to that technical single track that mountain bikers don't even go up because it's just too steep and too technical. So now it's about 3Ks to the next aid station for Andre Rodriguez. And hopefully we'll have eyes on his competition as they come through that point as well. And it should be very shortly now. If there was, as you said, just a very few, like less than a minute, 40 seconds. That is, however, I believe, when they come into the aid station. So since Andre Rodriguez was extremely quick through the aid station, looks like we have a quick commercial break. So stay with us, we'll be right back.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back covering the PDA, the 50K category race, which is truly 55 kilometers and 3,300 meters of elevation gain and 3,700 meters of elevation loss. Started this morning from Salardou at some 1,200 meters and will finish in Viela, just under 1,000 meters of elevation. So it's a net downhill course. And in the men's, who have all gone through Tuxtlanab, and actually some have even gone through RTS already, Andre Rodriguez, Marta Perez. Oh no, there's something wrong here because we're mixing the men and the women's. So Andre Rodriguez is leading the men's, and then it is Ines Astrain who is leading the women's race, and behind is indeed Marta Perez and Lady Paola, and then Madison from Australia. She keeps moving up and down. She was sixth and then back up to fourth. And the Chinese runner from Team Solomon, Tang Jingyang, has actually moved down to sixth. So yeah, there's a bit of a battle going on here in the women's race.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, Maj. I think we have lost the sound for a second. I don't know
You
if
got
can
me,
still hear
man.
Ah, there we
I'm
go.
here. Yeah,
You're
yeah,
back.
yeah.
You're back
I'm
on.
here.
You're good.
Cool. This is a beautiful architecture in this township as well. There's some very old towns in this area. And I can tell you, someone who was born in Australia, these are the kind of towns that you run through that really make you feel like you are in a different world and a different culture, and it's beautiful to see such old buildings that you can run past and enjoy, along with such stunning mountains like this as well. And Martin, this is the climb that the runners all have to take on before their final descent to the finish. And you can see that gradient goes from green, which is the flattest it can be, kicks straight into orange, and then it just turns into this beautiful, dark, red. And if you look at that switchback just going up that wall there, that is some steep, very, very steep climbing, and that is going to be a real crux to this race.
And yeah, as you mentioned, like, and it gets worse because the worst part, the steepest part, is actually when they're above tree line, so after the 46k aid station. And yeah, when they get out of the trees, it gets exposed, and that is the steepest part, like probably the last 200 meters of elevation gain on that climb. And you can see, man, the gap is very, very small between these three runners. And Danny Castillo from Wild Trail Project, a young runner who, I mean, who's maybe not that young anymore, but like I remember following him for the past like 3-4 years, who was showing up in the Golden Trail National Series. He was in the Azores and already racing really well for I think a podium in the National Series final. And then he's been just working consistently, getting more experience, and then now being currently in third place of a major of the UTMB World Series is super satisfying to see. Like, just hard work pays off. You got to be patient. You got to put in the hours, gain the experience. But if you do it right, man, you can turn this into something pretty solid. And right now, Danny is showing us exactly that, and this is pretty exciting. So I think we have another attempt. This is me again. Sorry about that. But I think we have another attempt to get the comments right up above. And now there's some things that is being operated. Now the background has disappeared. So who knows? Maybe we'll get the comments very soon. And actually, let's look at the comments, at least on the side, until they can pop up on the live. And we've got Barbara, we got Rebello, Kelly B, Cazadores do Bandidos. Everybody is here, and this is pretty exciting to have you all in the chat. We absolutely love that. We love your interaction, and so much so that, again, we're trying to put them up on the screen. This is going to happen. I think that's my guess. By the time we finish this HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB on Saturday night, we will have the chat on the screen. Now, on your screen is the women's leader, Ines Astrain, from Team Joma, who is on that beautiful section here. Again, now we have this pretty amazing representation of the course. It almost looks like a drone shot with the course and the surrounding mountains. And you can see are actually right in the background that big climb that they will have to do at the very end. And our camera runner is doing a good job keeping up with Ines. And it would be interesting to understand also what the gap is now between... there we go. Congratulations to the team in the studios. We now have your comments right there. Thanks a lot for that. And now you can all be part of that live. We have your name, we have your comments, and we're going to be pulling them in every once in a while. But yeah, what I was trying to say is, let's go full live for a minute. What the gap is between Ines Astrain in the lead and Marta Perez, who was in second place at the high point in Tuxalana. She was 3 minutes behind. And now they're getting to Montromies, the aid station that is coming very shortly. She'll be going up the stairs, and actually we're probably going to lose her. No, this is a camera runner, so he'll be able to go up the steps with her, and actually even ahead of her. To give you those images and film behind, because possibly we could catch a glimpse of Marta Perez, who is in second position and chasing.
You can see Martin just there on the screen. It looks like the finish line temperature isn't that hot. It said it has a degrees, 12 degrees at the finish line there, but I just don't know. Full sun on a day like this, I feel like it could be a little bit warmer than that in the Pyrenees. But if it is 12, I mean, that's a beautiful temperature for running, and it's no surprise that everyone is really benefiting from that early cooler temperature in the race and getting it done quite swiftly.
Yeah, I think because Viela is at the bottom of the valley, like it's possible that, although it is getting close to 11, I was going to say it's possible that it's still in the shade. But yeah, I agree with you. Like the temperature right now on the course where those men and women are is definitely higher than 12 degrees Celsius. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Seeing how they were sweating on the way up to Tuxelana is definitely more than 12 degrees. So there she is, second place in the women's race. And chasing. So I didn't start my watch when we actually saw Ines go through.
Ooh. He's in a hurry. Both moving very well though, Martin. I think they're just they're 32 kilometers into the race, moving well, and not major signs of fatigue. They're definitely moving like with a lot of purpose, and that's a great sign. I think they've got plenty left in their legs.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and it looks like they're moving at about the same pace as well, which it's going to be making the chase last longer, because if the gap doesn't close quite as much, like Ines will keep running scared, and Marta will keep chasing. But we'll get a proper split at the next aid station that they should actually get to really soon now at Montramiers. And let's see again if that works, because now we get more people on the chat getting involved, and so let's see if we can put that. Yes, it works. All right, this is your turn to shine, people. Let us know where you're following from, which country, and then if you're cheering for a specific runner. Well, now is your chance to say it out loud and be visible on the live coverage. Everybody else who's following and who's watching will be seeing your messages, and possibly could actually be sharing them with the runners on the course if the spectators are out watching the live and they're out on the course. This is definitely something possible. And what do you think, Maj? Now she's going up the stairs as well, where we saw Ines just earlier. How is it, like a couple of minutes? Maybe a bit more?
Yeah, I think it's probably still that same 3-minute gap. Like they're really moving at the same pace. So yeah, I can't say it'd be anything more than that. But I think that they're incredibly well matched on this section. We saw the guys; they were a bit closer than this, but Marta and Ines look like they're still holding on to that kind of 3-minute gap there. So yeah, I mean we'll get a timing point check very, very soon, and we'll be able to confirm exactly what the gap is there. But they're both imminent to the next timing point, and that timing point is at bang on 35.8 kilometers. So just under 36 kilometers is the next timing point for these women.
And so there we go. We've got people watching from Portugal for Claudio and Vitor. Anne from the UK. There we go. You got a mate from Australia. GC
GC
Runner.
Runner. Nice work. G'day, mate. Who are you supporting, GC Runner?
Can you identify the GC? You probably know every single runner in Australia.
GC can stand for a lot of things, Martin, but I'm going to say it's it's Gold Coast Runner.
That's a pretty solid bet.
We'll see.
And look at that. That's one of the lakes here with the dam. And if I'm correct, that dam actually has a story. I had it somewhere. And actually, if I manage to find it, this is gonna be good.
Story time with Martin's about to come. So
all right, are you ready, people? Because I'm about to drop some knowledge. So let's go full live because there's no need to watch this. But it's called the Agamok Dam, and it is a hydroelectric dam that was built in 1969. At 1,400 meters above sea level. It's 25.9 meters high and 109 meters long. Basically, it's a gravity dam held by a quantity of embarkments, obviously, as dams are. And up to 22 cubic meter of water can flow out per second from the drain on the side of the dam. So that is a lot of water that can go down. And then the water flows through a 3-kilometer underground penstock to RTS power station, and to obviously create electricity. And that reservoir feeds the Garonne, which is a river in France. There we go. Oh, and can you see that? This is the wall. This is Heartbreak Hill, whatever we want to call it. This is the last hill that takes us to the final climb before dropping down. So this is where the side they're going to be coming up, and you see that little mount that's kind of the top. They're going to get to there and then drop on the left on the col, and then on the backside of that col is the whole valley going towards Viella. And you can see there's even the track going across. You can you can almost picture it. That goes across completely flat. No. They're not going to take that. They're going to go straight up to the top of that climb to that ridge line, and then they're going to drop down to the left. So plenty of fun left to have in that race, as we are with I think it's Marta. But we have another quick commercial break, and we will be right back with you. So stay with us. All right, team, we are back. And sadly, once again, during the commercial break, we had the transition of our leader in the PDA, the 55K, this time in the women's category. Ines Astarain went through the Mont-Romieus aid station, and we might have a replay of that actually. If we can do that on a split screen, that would be fantastic. She just filled up a flask, didn't waste too much time, and off she was. As we were saying earlier, the two runners are looking very similar in terms of pace. This is, of course, Marta Martinez now in second place and chasing, and we'll see when she gets to the Mont-Romieus aid station if she's more or less than 3 minutes behind Ines Astrain, and telling us a little bit more intel on how these two ladies are doing and if the gap is increasing or decreasing.
Yeah, Martin, just coming up now, we've just ticked over 3 hours and 50 minutes. So really, I mean, incredible pace for all of the runners on this race at the moment. You can see that they've just gone through that aid point at 30, just under 36 kilometers. So they're holding a great pace. It's almost like, it's like an hour for every 10K, and they're moving really, really well. So it's going to be interesting to see if these two ladies especially can maintain this gap that they're holding, moving at a very, very similar pace, and hopefully we can get a timing read on Marta Perez, who is imminent into the next checkpoint, and we'll see what the gap's looking like between first and second female. The chat is going off. Look out.
Yeah, and I think I was trying to put it back up because you were right, my friend. And that's why they removed it, sorry, because now we see Marta Perez's profile. But you were right, that GC was Gold Coast. You nailed it. As a true Aussie, you know it all.
That's not true, but I'm very glad it was Gold Coast. That's great. That's good. That's good. We appreciate you tuning in.
Points right there.
Runner. Yeah. And we've got a Dutch runner. I guess they are probably from Holland, which is great to guess as well. It's good to have you here. These mountains are definitely not like the mountains you see in Holland. That's for sure.
And there we go. That is the section that leads to the aid station. You can see already a few spectators there to cheer on the runners. And that is a replay, of Ines Astarain going through the aid station. As we were telling you earlier, she was just filling up her soft flask, drinking quite a lot out of it, and then filling it up again, and out she was. And always keeping an eye on the left, over her left shoulder, to see if anybody was coming. But no, she is safe and sound. And we will actually let's have a look at this. She went through at 10:48, and it is now 10:53. So the gap has definitely opened up, ladies and gentlemen. Ines Astrain is flying. And as much as Marta Perez from Team Wild Trail Project, Nike Trail, somebody was just sitting onto the tap here, gently has been pushed over just to make sure that Marta could refill and be on her way. In Mont-Romieus, and there we go. It is now 4.5 minutes between Ines Astrain in the lead and Marta Perez Maroto in second place. And then it says 6 kilometers of descent.
Yes. Yeah, race is on there. 4.5 minutes. Martin, 4.5 minutes at that last checkpoint. 36 kilometers. So that means that it would just be there'll be 17 kilometers to go in the race. because
Yeah.
the race today is measured out to be about 53 kilometers with that little bit of change that you were talking about before due to the snow.
True, true. Yeah, I keep saying 55, but no, you're right. It will be closer to 53, possibly a little bit under that. And then it cuts off some 300 meters of climb as well. So it's you won't be able to compare with last year's times. It will be slightly faster if they run at the same pace. But that final climb, which is not this one, will still feel extremely hard. And as I was looking at the men's, they're really not too far from one another. It looks like, I mean, if this is 100% accurate, which I'm not sure it is, because that is just a live trail prediction. They are not carrying a GPS tracker, so it's kind of a prediction in between each checkpoint of how fast they will be moving. So I was actually gonna rely on something that is not 100% sure. But what is sure
And we
is that Ines Astrain really has like basically increased her lead by 50%, which is substantial over like a very short section of the course going downhill as well. And then Marta Perez has another 6Ks of kind of downhill and then a bit of undulating and then flat into Arties. I don't think there's a climb just yet. I'm not too sure what this gradient shows, because they definitely now are going down into RTS, into the village, into the aid station, and then the flatter part, and then the big final climb. So still a lot of ground to be covered. Good.
Yeah, I think this is just that little bit of undulation that you get sometimes when you look at a course profile and it looks flat, and then all of a sudden you're running uphill. But I think overall she's still descending down. One question, Martin, is Anthony Constalis from America, who was second, he was playing in second and third not that long ago, still hasn't passed through the timing point of Artis. So that's a question mark as to whether he is still in the mix and his timing chip just didn't work and didn't read going through that section. But hopefully we get an understanding where he'll be at the next timing point if it picks him up there. But that's interesting that he hasn't gone through there yet, because he was right in the mix there with the other two front runners.
Yeah, true. So, I mean, it was a bit of a technical descent before that aid station. So hopefully nothing bad happened. But yeah, like exactly as you said, like I think the next opportunity to check and have an answer to that question will be whenever he goes through the next checkpoint. And if we don't see him at the next checkpoint, then possibly something happened. But in the meantime, Ines is moving really well. Like you can hear the steps. I don't know if you can, but we can hear the steps of our camera runner like braking hard because of how steep that descent is. And as we're telling you earlier, they're just cutting through straight down across those dirt roads right into RTS. And seeing how she's moving, I really feel like she will put even more time and she will increase her lead by even more by the time she gets to the RTS aid station.
Yeah, again, Martin, you can see how steep these trails are. Just by these really choppy small steps, you know, they don't really allow like this really smooth running form that we see all of these runners have when they have much smoother trails. But yeah, you can see that this is obviously a lot steeper than the camera makes it look. It's because the steps that they're taking are so short and they just look a little clunky. They look a little choppy. So yeah, this is some serious descending here, and she just took.
Chute de la
Oh
première.
man, that was brutal.
Chute de la première.
Talking about like, man, and she was moving fast. Gosh, that was a proper face plant.
Ouais, elle a
Oh,
reparti,
that was painful to watch. Far out. She's.
Es posible pasar.
I really. She looks like she's moving well. Like it didn't really
¿Todo bien?
hurt her as such,
Ouais.
but she really ate some dirt on that one. That was brutal.
Man,
Ouch.
lucky there was no. It didn't seem to be any rocks. Like she fell actually in the dirt. But see, like she was really pushing it, like trying to open a bigger gap, which I'm sure she did. But see, the slightest mistake, and yeah, you hit the deck. Boom!
Ooh.
Good lord, that was intense. And I hope the head didn't hit, but like it looked like her
C'est pas un
head.
peu chauvin, nos amis espagnols.
And now she's talking with that camera runner, so it should be all right.
Yeah. She did jump up pretty well from that. Like, you know, so I think there was a moment there of what just happened, and then she jumped up pretty well. So I'm positive in that it's not going to really affect anything going forward. But damn, she went down hard. Sometimes it looks worse than the reality of it. So that let's hope that's the case in this instance for sure. Whew. I mean, now she's putting a gap on the camera runner, so she's definitely doing all right.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe a little bit of adrenaline isn't such a bad thing on the tail end of a race like this.
Well, that must be a massive spike. It's more than a little. Oof. But yeah, and that is definitely the thing also that like gets like, because you're all tensed up and you start cramping because of that. So the fact that she, as you said, like she was swiftly back on her feet and moving, is probably a good sign. Like she would be all right. And so here's Marta in second place.
It's incredible, not just that these two ladies look very similar in their outfits today, but also they are running so similar too. It's really hard to split the difference on them. So it's positive that they're both moving so well. You did say that Ines put in an extra bit of time on Marta Perez coming on that downhill, but yeah, they're still moving both really, really well. And as we mentioned before, Martin, there is one incredibly challenging section to come that is really going to allow runners to play to their strengths, because there's a very steep and demanding uphill climb, which would obviously favor climbers and people that are really good at ascending. And then it's followed by quite an intense and lengthy descent down into the finish line. So, you know, that's really going to play into a downhill runner's strength. So it will be interesting to see what kind of things change up in the lead here with this kind of a finish to a race. I personally think it's great to have a finish like that. It really keeps everyone very honest, let's say. So it's going to be cool to see.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and it's hard to tell, because usually when the race finishes with a descent, it favors the downhill runners. But But in that case, and you'll see if you're not familiar with it, but that climb is just so brutal that a good climber could really put time on the competition. And then the last downhill, apart from the very last section where it's a bit more technical, you can really open up. So if like preventing that you're starting to cramp, but if you stayed on top of nutrition, if you stayed on top of your hydration and electrolytes, and if you haven't overreached too much, I don't think the descent can see a change of position in this very particular situation, but more so in the climb. And yeah, it looks like Ines is back on full swing with like even spring in his stride, like still motoring. So probably another 4 minutes, maybe a bit more, 4 or 5 minutes, and then she'll be at the RTS aid station, and then we'll get a visual on her, see how much she stops or not.
Je pensais que tu avais fait le plein d'eau avec toute la pluie en Bretagne, moi.
Yeah, she's chatting away, so she's definitely dusted herself off and like already forgotten about it.
Yeah, it seems like it can't have been too bad. Things just sometimes look a lot worse than they are in reality.
And it certainly did look bad. I mean, that replay was intense.
Yeah, Ines has definitely had a great start to the year as well. If you look at some of those results that she's already posted up, it's been a great year for her. I would imagine, Martin, that she may already have a spot in OCC if she was after one, especially also with her index score. So yeah, she might not be having to race right now for that entry. Something we could find out.
But if not for the entry, since this is a major, the prize money is substantially higher, and there's $5,000 on the line for the win in all distances. So it was a very smart choice for Ines Astrain to target that race and obviously peak for it. Try to prepare as much as well as possible. She hadn't raced since Transvulcania, while here Marta Perez was in Tenerife Blue Trail. So she already punched her ticket to OCC, but I guess she came back for more, and currently sitting in a very solid second place in this PDA. And have in the messages Scotty Hoker, who confirms that last climb is very brutal. He's been there, and so he can confirm that all the runners will have to be well fueled to not collapse and possibly fall backwards, based on how steep that last part is. And there we go. Ines is in RTS, and she will have probably about 1 kilometer to go. She feels confused about the course, but no, she's on the right track. She's going to have a bit of a road section before entering the aid station, and we saw earlier Marta Perez, who was on that rolling section next to the fields. So, I mean, these two women are giving everything they've got, moving both extremely well. And so the race certainly isn't over. And in the men's, it looks like we've had a bit of a change in the rankings, because at the Suntet, oh, I'm gonna butcher that. Destrunau. In the chat, if you know it better, let me know. But at the 46K aid station, it was Victor de la Aguila Perichet from Spain, representing Team Jomna, who went in first position, some 6 seconds ahead of Andre Rodriguez from Portugal, representing the Team Scarpa, who was up until then leading. So there has been a bit of a change on the first 3 kilometers of that climb. Already, we were telling you that. And then Lionel Christian Manolet as well, ladies and gentlemen, representing Team BK, has moved one more spot in RTS and is now chasing hard to possibly try to get a spot on the podium. And for that, he would have to reel in Danny Castillo, who was some 40 seconds ahead of him. So the battle is definitely on between those gentlemen. Danny Castillo, the younger runner from Wild Trail Project, showing very good skills and fitness on that race right now on the PDA 55. And look at this, Ines Astrain. It looks like it's a finish line. Everybody knows her. Everybody's cheering for her, and she is giving it back to all the spectators. What a beautiful image here. Such a cool demonstration of strength, and the fact that she is still there, well on top of her race, and able to interact with the crowds before she gets into the aid station. So she's a bit confused here. She thought the aid station would be right there, but no, it's going to be up that little climb on the right hand side. So she's going to take that turn and dive into the aid station. That's going to be the in and out. Yeah. And you can see it on the images here down the valley. So let's see how she does at the aid station, and if she just goes for water. Yeah, so there was a bit of confusion here for the water, so maybe they should actually present that. So she's gonna have to go in and out. There we go. Extremely quick transition for Ines Astrain, still in the lead of the PDA. And she had the same strategy as Andre Rodriguez. So just refill one flask. So I'm assuming that all these runners have started with all their nutrition, all their gels. And there we go. This is definitely something she knows, that's giving her a rundown of what's happening and how far behind her competition is. Yeah, you can see Team Joma on their t-shirts. And yeah, it doesn't look like there's any scratch, any sign of blood on her knees or hands. So her fall was definitely without any consequences, luckily.
Tom, le kilomètre 38, c'est le gros ravito ou c'est encore un autre village?
And I'm looking at the splits here, and Marta Perez still has not gone through. And it's been 3 minutes elapsed. Oh wow, and that's going to be more than that, because you can see her here on the right hand side of your screen, Marta Perez from Team Wild Trail Project, who still hasn't made it onto the road. She's about to get there, and then it's another couple of minutes at least until she gets to the RTS aid station. So that will get close, if not over 5 minutes gap. It looks like this is the moment where Ines Astrain is securing her win. And flying on her way to a win at this HOKA Val by UTMB, the European major for 2024, and it's been for the past 3 years. And we're gonna have a quick break to show you the Casarosa, and we will be back shortly with the race afterwards. Stay with us. And I take that back. Apparently, this documentary is not popping up on your screen. So we'll stay with Marta Perez in second place of the PDA today under hot temperatures. We saw runners pouring water over themselves. And so it must feel pretty good to be at the bottom of the valley, maybe a little bit fresher. And that last section was also shaded. So that would have helped them stay covered. And so in third position, Lady Paloma Hormasa Casayas from Colombia, representing Trail Run Colombia, is pointing in third position at Monromies at the past aid station. She was 3 minutes back from Marta Perez. So the gap is also pretty substantial, but anything could happen. We've seen that with Ines Astrain on that descent. She hit the deck really hard, luckily with no consequences, with no injury, and in no time she was back on her feet, dusted off, and even a few minutes later she was chatting away with another participant. So it was definitely a good sign. And then I've been neglecting you on the chat. So hello, people from Slovakia. Goat West Trail team is in the house as well. Cesar, vamos. And then the public, once again, is cheering on all the runners, including Marta Perez here on your screen, currently sitting in second place. And there we go. She is also giving it out to all the spectators, giving away high fives to the kids who might be the next generation of trail runners. I mean, how could you not be if you live in this environment? You'd definitely be out and about in the mountains playing and developing a love for the outdoors in the mountains. And yeah, Anne, you're right. It looks like the women's in third, fourth, and fifth position are running very close to one another. So everything is up for grabs for the third spot of the podium. And yeah, there was a lot of comments. Very smart move here from Marta Perez, putting water over her head and then turning straight around. So this is a perfect transition here. No time wasted, but still taking enough seconds to fill up the flask, as well as putting water over herself, which once again will definitely play out in a good way. It is getting hot out there. And so, Maj, we just had Marta Perez in second position go through the aid station, and she was let me do the math, just under like 6.5 minutes back. So Ines Astrain, despite her fall, has put another 2 minutes on Marta Perez. So it really looks like now Ines Astrain has opened a gap that could be enough to secure the win for that HOKA Val by UTMB 50K, the PDA. You can see on your screen the distance between first and second. But as Anne was pointing it out, third, fourth, and fifth are running very close to one another.
Yeah, that's an incredible section, an incredible amount of time she's been able to put on Marta Perez. So super impressed there, and I wonder if that is her strategy to make sure that she has a little bit more, I guess, breathing room on this final challenging section, which is the big climb and big descent into the finish. Because yeah, that's impressive. That's really impressive that she's been able to put that much time on her in that section.
Yeah, especially that because that's the section where she hit the deck hard, but that didn't shake her off. Like, and people were saying that in the chat. She's very tough, and that didn't knock off her confidence. She just went back on her feet, and then a few minutes later she was chatting away with another competitor. So she's definitely on top of things, and see now she knows she's going into the hard part. And is she putting an earphone now to have music take her up that climb and try to get her attention away from that grind that's coming up? And then we have Alex, who's trying to decide if they want to run Val d'Aran or Lavaredo next year. If obviously you can't do both. Well, it really depends on what you're excited about. Like, as you can see on these images, and as Maj was pointing it out, like the course here is very brutal. It's a lot of up and downs. There's a lot of technical sections, as opposed to Lavaredo, who's definitely more runnable. It's definitely like, every race is unique. Every race is worth doing. The fact that the HOKA Val by UTMB is a major, it's more chances for you to be drawn if you're wanting to participate in the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix in August. So plenty of things to consider. In the meantime, we have a quick commercial break coming up, and we'll be back with you shortly. Stay with us.
Hi everyone and welcome back. Here we have Marta Perez in second place through the last checkpoint, which wasn't far behind where she is right now. She was 6.5 minutes off the leader, Ines Strain, and they are moving along they're moving along a runnable section here just before they kick into a very, very steep climb, the last major climb of the day, as they make their way to the finish of this 53k race today. They are, you can see there just on the screen, she's at 40.5 kilometers of the 53 kilometers and moving very well, taking in some gel. She just went through the last aid station, grabbed some water, put some water over her head and got out of there pretty quickly. But she has got a very big job to do if she wants to make up that 6.5 minutes over the next 12 kilometers of this race. But she's moving well now. Both of them are moving well, but this is a great follow cam shot here before she takes a very sharp left-hand turn, which kicks straight into a very steep uphill. And we might get that footage right now. This is it here, this left-hand turn, and there we go, straight into a hike, because this is a very, very steep uphill here. And yeah, you can see that this is going to be the start of the final climb, leading up to the I would say that the last mountain of the day, really, Martin. If anyone has a look at the course profile, you can see that it's no easy feat. And if we do get a shot of that 3D map, you can see the gradient on this climb gets very, very intense, very steep. It's going to be a real challenge for the runners as they move up this section in the heat of the day. It's just under 11:30 here local time, so the day is heating up, and it's going to be, this is going to be a really tough part for the runners that are going up that steep section right now.
Yeah, and as we said for the men's, this is like a 6K section between RTS and the next aid station. And then about like 3Ks on the road that they just left on that dirt road, and then 3Ks climbing up. But a lot of things can happen. So obviously 6.5 minutes is going to be hard to make up. But we've seen that in the men's, and this is what we're talking about during the commercial break, is that there's been a change of leaders where we saw Andre Rodriguez from Portugal run in the lead coming out of RTS, and now they've gone to the next aid station at 46.4 kilometers, and then it's Victor de la Guila Peliche who's actually taken the lead for 6 short seconds. So the battle is absolutely on between these two gentlemen, and behind is actually another battle going on with Danny Castillo from Walter Project and Marco Ramos Gonzalez, who's regained actually a place on the Lionel Christian Manole. So these three are in a nutshell. And actually, so Daniel now still has 2 minutes on them, but then Marcos Ramos Gonzalez, who's done really well here last year, and Lionel Christian Manole, who's also been present many times on this event, are within second of each other, and they're definitely going hard at each other.
Yeah, there's some really tight racing there in that men's race, hey Martin. As you see, this is some footage from the race earlier on today. Some highlights as we keep moving through. But yeah, that's a really tight race for the men there. Obviously, this is the HOKA Val. It's a major for the UTMB World Series, and so the top 10 men, the top 10 females as well, will get an entry directly into OCC in the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. So top 10 means something in this race. It means that people get a chance to go to the big dance that happens at the end of August every year in Chamonix, and they'll be able to really test themselves against some of the best in the world. So that top 10 spot is something people will definitely be fighting for.
Exactly. Guaranteed entry is not always a given, and we had a very quick drone shot of a runner going on that final climb. So those gentlemen are getting there. We just gonna have to wait a little longer, but my guess, because Victor is actually like representing Team Joma with an orange t-shirt, which would mean since that was kind of a white or light blue, that Andre Rodriguez from Portugal from Team Scarpa would have regained the lead. That is obviously yet to be confirmed when we'll have better drone footage, because these footage are from the previous high points in the race. The highest point at Tuxalana, and a quick look at RTS aid station at the top 5. And the one difference is that Gisela Carrion Bertrand has actually moved up in 3rd place. So she's taken out Lady Paloma from Colombia out of the podium, and now in Santet Descunao is Victor, who we said had gone in 1st place, but then as we saw very briefly on the drone shot, it looks like Andre Rodriguez might be back in the lead, then Danny Castillo like 4 minutes back, and then Marco Ramos Gonzalez and Lionel Crital Manole both fighting hard for that 4th place and going back and forth. Lionel just earlier was ahead, and these two gentlemen are only seconds apart.
Yeah, rapid, excellent work. I mean, to be that close after racing for 40 kilometers with the elevation that it's got is truly impressive. And you can see this is an awesome shot here. I think you are right, mate. That is Victor there.
Yeah, this is Victor. It was hard to. Oh man, he's moving. Because I can tell you that much, at the end of that climb, you just want to die rather than run. And he's transitioning into running. He is definitely feeling good. I'm also surprised he's not carrying in poles. So he came prepared and he was ready for that final climb. What a performance.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing will be, Martin, is obviously second male is out of shot here, which we expect to be Andreas Rodriguez, but I would say that he's probably pretty close. It would be really, really cool to see when this swings around.
Yeah, because on the drone shot, we saw that runner, which definitely wasn't wasn't Victor. So, yeah, he's seemingly the first runner to go through. And there we go. He's gone through the checkpoint, so we should have an update on the temporary classification on the live.utmb.world.
And what's interesting,
it doesn't seem
Martin,
like it's going to be a point. Sorry. Yep.
Is what we saw previously when those guys did summit at Tuxalana. Victor was in front at that point as well, and then Andreas Rodriguez came after him, but made a lot of time on him on the descent. So it looks like it might be playing out again, where Victor is first to the summit, and Andreas Rodriguez might have to put on the burners to catch up. But really, if you look at that, there's 7 kilometers to go, or 6.5 kilometers to go, and it's all going to be downhill or flat runnable. So can Andreas summit and then put in the burners on the downhill to catch up with him? Who knows?
Yeah, and as we were seeing on the drone shot before it froze, like that first section of the downhill is pretty steep, and it looked like now Victor de la Guira was full gas towards that finish line. So we'll see. Indeed, that's a very good analysis, and we could possibly anticipate that Andre Rodriguez might go pedal to the metal and try to make up that gap, whichever gap Victor has created. But as I was telling you, it is not a descent that is let's say, hard by definition. Like, there's no major difficulty. It's just long and it just hammers your legs pretty hard. So, we're just gonna have to watch. We're just gonna have to watch until the end, and hopefully we'll get a drone shot of Andre Rodriguez when he gets to the top before he drops down, and that'll give us an indication of where these gentlemen are. So here, Danny Castillo is still marked in third place, and Marco Ramos Gonzalez, who was second here last year at this PDA, is possibly creeping up a little bit, going back and forth again with Lionel Christian Manolet to wrap up the top 5. Quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are
Hey,
back
ladies.
once again for the PDA. 55 kilometers, adjusted a little bit less than that because of the snow. There's been a little rerouting that's cutting some 3-ish kilometers. And on the right-hand side, the infamous Belle La Campana, as they call it over there in the Val d'Aran. And every single participant will come down and ring that bell. So this is actually interesting because that finish line has moved. It used to be in the main street of Viella. So from what you're looking at, it would be going straight across and then left, and then you'd be in the main street. And so the whole time for the previous 3 editions, that finish line was right in town. And it looks like it's been moved across to be right in the middle of the brand village, where all the different brands get involved and present. So it is not anymore in front of the town square, in front of the what do you call it? There was a huge church who was there, and as well as a big pub. There were always people waiting there. So we'll see what it brings us. And there we go, another runner coming off that climb and onto that, as you were saying, like just over 6Ks downhill into Viella. And who could that be? White t-shirt. Because we've seen
This could be
earlier
a
during the
replay,
commercial
yeah.
break. Ah, there we go. That's the replay. So that's the one we missed, and that is most likely, yeah. There we go.
Andreas.
That's
Yeah.
yeah, Andre Rodriguez representing Team Scarpa, and he was. We guessed that it was less than a minute behind. Yeah. So the battle is on in that last descent.
Yeah. And as we saw previously, Martin, he was able to do the descent off the last high point quicker than the current first place Victor Delagli. So it will be interesting to see if he has the ability to catch up and then also put time into him. But we did mention before, really, there's 6.5 kilometers left in the race. It's all downhill for the most part, and then a smaller, flatter section as you run into town. But yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for Andreas Rodriguez to catch back up. I dare say he'd be a little bit disappointed that he lost the lead on that final uphill, and now he has to put in the work to try and get that back.
Yeah, but that's exactly how you predicted it. Like the fact that there's this final climb up and then final descent. Like whoever has skills in each of these race configurations could possibly hope to take advantage of it. And Depa on site as per usual, setting that start line on fire at Salardou, where they started this morning at 7 a.m. local time. And here, Lionel Christian Manole in the zone. We also...
$1,707 runners started that race this morning, Martin. So that's what it looks like when just under 2,000 people are standing on a start line, taking off through a small village in the Pyrenees as they make their way towards the UTMB World Series final, getting double the running stones at this HOKA Val by UTMB majors. At the finish line, they'll get double the running stones to then be able to put them into the lottery to hopefully get a spot in UTMB Mont-Blanc at the end of August. Either it will be next year. That's where those stones will go. But yeah,
and
it's a big crowd.
Oh, yeah. And it looks like we have a live coverage now on our men's leader. He is still in the lead, and we will be able to check how far ahead he is. He's definitely not letting go of the gas pedal. He's still motoring just over 4Ks to the finish. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the Team Joma is Victor del Aguila. And he is moving. He can see right down in the bottom on the valley floor, the finish line in Vieja.
Yeah, Martin, I bet he's hunting for those trees, eh? He's hunting for these trees because if he can get into these trees, it's going to make Andreas Rodriguez in second place a lot harder for him to see him and get a gauge on how far ahead he is. So I bet he's going to feel a lot more safe in these trees and having a little bit more blocked vision from second place because not knowing how far away he is, it might put some nails in the coffin on Andrea Rodriguez's motivation to keep chasing. So I reckon he'll be pretty happy to get into the forest on this one.
Yeah, and you can see like it's gotta be steep somehow because he's tiptoeing. So unless like he's starting to feel the descent and IT bands have taken a toll, or possibly like the bottom of the feet. Because yeah, it feels like he's really tiptoeing and trying to. Oh. Those trees look very familiar, my friend.
Yeah.
And I think Andre Rodriguez, as you predicted so well, has taken advantage of the first part of that descent to close the gap to what would it be, like 30 seconds, if that?
Yes, it's very close. It's got to be in that margin, I think. Absolutely.
Whoa.
Sure, that's exactly where he went through just then. Yeah, this is so tight. And I think, yeah, just so he must have eyes on Victor in first place, because they're very, very close at this point. So he must be hunting with, obviously he's hunting with a purpose, but he must be hunting with a sense, a smell that he could potentially catch him and put himself back into the lead after losing it on that last climb.
Well, and technically, because he's already he's already made that much time on the first part of the descent. Ooh, did you see that on the left? Oh man, he nearly tripped. He had to catch himself. That was close. So you can see that he is indeed going all out, trying to close that gap. But watch out, it could cost you something, because I don't know why that happened. If he actually twisted his ankle, or if he just went off course. Which then tripped him. But that was a very, very close call. I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that, but that could have cost him the race altogether. So now, like, definitely looking over his shoulder, Victor de Aguila is still cruising in first place, but these gentlemen are not letting go. They both want that win real bad, and they've been going back and forth. And now Victor knows that he's played his card on the uphill, and the downhill might not be his forte, even though he's still moving, admittedly, extremely well. Andre Rodriguez, if he keeps it together as we're going into that technical section that's going to last a few kilometers, and just like they did before going into the RTS aid station, that technical section will cross several times the dirt road that you can see right there. That is a place where, if you're actually still comfortable and your legs aren't too sore from the downhill, you could really make a difference. 3Ks from the finish, it is going to be extremely tight.
Yeah, this is great footage to see him have to navigate this section. It looks steep, it looks technical, and you can see his footsteps are so short, so jaded, and kind of sporadic. You know, just having to work with the terrain. A little bit of an open up there. Yeah, he's really pushing it. You can see his arms have no consistency in their movement. They're just kind of going wherever the momentum is forcing them to go. And yeah, this is some seriously steep trail. But whoa, look at this vision of Andreas right here. He is moving super well down this terrain. He's putting in some serious pace to catch up with him right now.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. This is going to be so close.
He's moving so well. Andreas Rodriguez is moving so well on this descent. It is hard to believe that he's definitely moving faster than Victor de Aguila right now. And he is potentially going to catch him. From the GPS tracker that we saw before, they were like 150 meters apart, and that is not a lot when you've got this kind of pace happening.
Yeah, and where you see, so 2 seconds is a bit more than that, but where you see the field that Victor just ran through, as soon as Andre goes through that field, he will probably see him. No, because then he's going to be able to actually drop down off that field. So there's a cattle stop here. You have to be careful. Yep. And then off he goes. Man, there's about... Like, so that's the field. So he just branched out before Andre could see him. So Andre will still go like as hard as he can, but he's still blind. He still can't see Victor de Aguila at that point. But wow, that's like probably 30 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, let us know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think will cross the finish line first? Between Andre Rodriguez from Portugal and Team Scarpa, currently in second place and chasing hard and closing, and Victor de la Aguila from Spain, Team Joma, who's currently on your screen and leading this PDA 2024.
Whew. This is really something else, Martin. I mean, when you measure it all up, like these gentlemen, what they must be feeling right now is a real mix of desire to just keep pushing and completely ignoring what their body is telling them, because this would be so painful right now for both of them, I'd imagine. It could not be a comfortable situation. They would really be forcing themselves beyond what their body is telling them is okay. That's for certain.
And when you know what's at stake, like basically winning a major in the UTMB World Series, like you're taking chances. Like you're gonna go as hard as you can, and as you say, ignore the pain, ignore the signals your body are sending you. It's like stop, like now it hurts, because the mind is like, all right, it's all out now. For Victor is like, well, I'm in the lead, and so I'm gonna try to hold on to it. And Andre is chasing hard. He's like, well, I reeled him in once on the way down to RTS on the descent. I can probably try to do this again. What a fantastic back end of the race. We knew it would be a big battle, and it was a stacked field on this 55K. And look at this. Oh, it looks like the legs are screaming, and Victor is still pushing, pressing forward, but it does starting to feel like a little bit less fluid, a little bit less smooth than he was. It almost looks like he's limping.
Yes, and I mean that could be a product of the terrain to some degree, for sure.
I mean 3,003.
He's stopped here. He's downing some. Maybe that's some cramps. Maybe he's trying to down some salt for the cramps.
That would make sense. Electrolytes, because like maybe that would explain why he wasn't just as smooth. Here you can see like Andre Rodriguez is like he's still opening up and he's kind of pushing. Oh man, he will be seeing him now. Like if there's any switch back, he will catch that orange catch a glimpse of the orange t-shirt up ahead. And will Andre Rodriguez be able to close the gap, and Victor possibly able to respond to Andre if he tries to pass? Hard to tell, but man, what a race.
Yeah, that was incredible that he...
He tripped, and this time he's on the ground. Oh, you can see, we were telling you, they're putting everything on the line, and they're stretching themselves so hard. It looks like it was an ankle, because it took him a little bit to get back running. He was so close, and now again, making a small mistake is going to set him back.
Yeah.
Like, what a display of determination and grit that these two gentlemen are showing today. These both want it so bad.
They are throwing themselves at the mountain right now. Just throwing themselves at this mountain. This is brutal. Oh. And then you look at Victor right now, he's just moving like I mean, whatever the pills he took, they were magic, because he is moving so fast and smooth again. There's no sign of a cramp right now. He's just rocking and rolling.
No, you're right. And you can see again, it was a decision. He probably knows. Look at that. Bam! Hit the deck. A bit of a roll. And not as good as Hilary Girardi, but still pretty decent. and then back on his feet and back chasing. But you're right, like Victor made a decision to stop when he was crossing that dirt road to take the time to take those pills on a section where he wouldn't risk taking a fall. And so he'd rather lose a few seconds than risk like falling. Oh, this is the antenna. This is the antenna, ladies and gentlemen. Probably 30 seconds, and he's going to be on the road. That's it. It's going to be a steep section here, and then he's going to be on the pavement. So now the fact that the finish line is slightly different than last year, I'm not too sure where they're taking the runners in town, whether they're going to make them run through the main street and then down into the village, which will add a few hundred meters, or as they go down into town, they're going to cross further, they cross the main road earlier to go across and then possibly, if I'm guessing, across the car park and then to the left into the race village. Ooh. And this, yeah, at that point, Victor will be hoping that there's as little terrain to cover as possible. So this is the last steep section, and any second now we're going to see the road. And that is not the dirt road. This is going to be concrete, and this from then on, it's all on the road, all on pavement. You don't risk any fall. The route is clearly marked, and you're going to start seeing also people cheering you on. So he's getting extremely close now to the finish. He can definitely smell the finish line by that point.
I don't know if he's pulled out his soft flask out of his bag just then. He just appeared to be running with something in his hand. Maybe he's just making sure that he uses everything he can for this final little push.
Yeah, and probably waiting, actually. See, exactly. Waiting to be on the road again, safe terrain, to be able to drink without risking to trip. But he's looking back because, like, Andre is so close. It's going to be like 15, 20 seconds. That's insane.
Yes, such an impressive race unfolding here. So much climbing and also downhill in this race as well, you know, and they've both had to really flex their strengths to get to this point. It's super, super impressive. And they had company not long ago, you know, they had Anthony Constales from America was right up there with them, you know, not only 15 kilometers back.
Yeah.
But they've really worked. Not together, I would say, but they've really worked against each other to get the best out of themselves. And you can see he's right in town now. Whew, he's really making the most of this flat runnable section. He's in town. A lot of support on the street there.
Turns. Yeah, there's gonna be a few turns before he can get to the main street, and once he's on the main street, then it's still a question mark for me where the finish line is going to be. So there's going to be hard right, and it's going to be hard left, and then keep going down. But then, yeah, when he gets to the main road, and then here's BL Rafols, who's like basically anywhere there's running, there's BL somewhere coming out of the bush and filming. But yeah, see, like back on the left, and then straight down into the main street. Now the question is, yeah, still a bit of a right and left. But then after that, I don't know where they will go through. Oh, this is close. This is close. We don't have eyes on Andre. But at that point, Victor is moving so well that we believe it will be. I mean, he's almost like at 3 minutes per K right there. He's looking back. So originally they were going left and into the finish line. So he's going straight across, and this is going to be right in the finish line. All right. Yep. So it looks like it's in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can see it now. One final turn, and Victor de la Guira, Team Roma, is going to take the win, and he knows he can be relieved now. He's going to ring the bell and take the win, or not, just go past it. Wow, what a fight! What a fight! Look at this.
Oh, no.
Oh, he is angry.
Oh, that was incredible. What a finish from both of them.
It was such a close finish. I don't know what happened because he really looked angry at himself. Andre Rodriguez, perhaps he took the wrong turn somewhere, or and now he's gotten over it and going back to thank the crowds who came in numbers. There we go. It's good to see the smile back on his face.
He didn't
This
look
gentleman
too
worked
happy
so
there.
hard.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Something must have gone on. Like, he must be pissed off at himself.
Yeah. I didn't really see there was a lot of love shared between the two of them in that little exchange there, but I mean, they were
Yeah.
really pushing hard to fight it out.
And look at that guy. Look at that young man from World Trail Project. He's looking back. Danny Castillo. And he's going to take third place. In this PDA, the European major of the UTMB World Series. And he's made it to the top podium there.
9 seconds. 9 seconds was the gap between first and second male. That's what we've got over the finish line.
Let's see if we can hear it from
Might get
Deepa.
it. Yeah, here we go.
Me gustaría decir casi perdón a André, porque André se ha perdido 2 minutos antes de bajar Arties. Entonces,
So there we go.
una espinita
So
que, bueno, hay que decirlo y ya está. Y lo que viene, pues,
so the first thing he wanted to say is like, I just want to acknowledge Andre, who before the descent he got lost and went the wrong way and lost probably something like 2 minutes. But that's the game.
Danny Castillo!
And there we go. They're welcoming Daniel, and he can be proud. He can be happy. That's a fantastic performance from the Spanish runner.
Víctor del Águila, Dani Castillo, primero y tercero, Andrés Rodríguez, segundo clasificado. Bueno, André, ahí has tenido las palabras de Víctor, las palabras de Víctor del Águila.
Gives Danny a little push, like, come on, man, we're doing the interview. And they know each other very well because Deepa is the manager of the World Trail Project. So.
Joder, tenía la carrera controlada ahí. Es que venía apretando en las zonas de correr desde arriba, que donde va bien. Me ha despistado, pero bien. Un poco mareado, pero
he says that it's very disappointing because after leading the race and being in control and doing what I needed to do to pull away from people, but that is trail running. I've made the mistake, and
terminando con todo lo que podía, pero hay que dar la enhorabuena a Víctor porque subiendo estaba muy fuerte y la verdad es que mismo con lo despiste yo nuevamente lo pegué y empecé la última subida con él, pero ha sido más fuerte y en la bajada yo he apretado todo, pero ha corrido.
And he's also having good words about Victor. He says like he was still very strong in the descent.
Enhorabuena a ti, un fuerte aplauso para Andrés Rodríguez. Felicidades, enhorabuena.
So yeah, this is what it takes.
Otro de los grandísimos corredores de esta carrera, otro de los corredores que lo
to win such a big race, you got to be on top of everything. And yeah, that was like a small mistake from Andre Rodriguez, cost him the win.
Congratulations, Lionel, Christian, Manuel.
And that is why now we understand why he was a bit pissed off. And here from Team BK is Lionel Christian Manole. Originally from Romania, but has been living in Spain for probably over 10 years now. And always a very kind runner, always there with a smile, does his thing, and when things align, he certainly deliver on every distance. Because I think the first time he came here, he did the 100-mile race. That actually, if I'm not mistaken, he might even have won it. I'm gonna look that up. So he was already second in the PDA in 2022. Yeah, 2021. There you go. He won the 100-mile here in 23 hours and 56 minutes. So that is definitely a race in an area that he fancies. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 in the men's race of the PDA. The gentleman, Victor de la Guira, taking the win ahead of Andre Rodriguez and Danny Castillo. And we still have no sight of Anthony Costales, so probably wasn't a problem with the bib registering through the station, and something must have happened. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm starting to blank.
No, yeah. Unfortunate for sure, because he was right up there with the other two gentlemen that came first, second, with Victor and Andre. So, yeah, that's really interesting. It'll be interesting to see what actually happened to him as we have a listen to the third place Daniel Castillo interview.
Exacto, esta carrera tiene un poco de trampa, se podría decir. La parte final es igual de importante que el inicio. Si llegas sin fuerzas, lo más seguro es que como coronas arriba no llegas a meta en la misma posición. Así que creo que todos lo sabíamos y hemos jugado nuestras cartas y más o menos a todos nos ha salido bien.
Yeah, so it's just like both first part and last part of the race are important. But then by the sound of it, because my Spanish is still not fluent, he said like he was happy and to not change position in that last descent.
El top 5 con el corredor aragonés, con Marcos Ramos.
He has given it everything, Marcos Ramos Gonzalez there, as he comes across the finish line in 12:07.
Oh, wow.
What a tremendous
There was a bit of a fight for fifth. Marcos Ramos Gonzalez, who was second place last year in the PDA.
De nuevo carrerón de Sergi en la línea de meta, sexto clasificado Owen. Vaya nivel en una carrera rapidísima, en una carrera donde en menos de 10 minutos tenemos ya 6 corredores de nivel internacional en línea de meta.
And yeah, Anne had said it. It was extremely close between 4th and 5th, and actually even 6th. And so thanks, Barbara, for telling us, Andre, he got lost for about 2 minutes after RTS, and this is truly what cost him the win indeed. Thanks for the feedback. That's what we need. Sorry we didn't see that earlier. And here, Lionel Christian Manolet composed.
And that right there, Martin, that would be our 6th place finisher, Sergio Garcia Terrones. Another one from Spain. So Sergey, he would also be booking his place into the automatic entry to OCC at UTMB Mont-Blanc, which is pretty great. There's 4 more spots then up for grabs.
Yeah, Sergi Garcia, like Team Vibram, and it seems like there's quite a few runners from Team Vibram. Scotty Hawker apparently is in Viela as well. I'm not too sure if he's racing or supporting. And then, yeah, as you said, there would be Mario Olmedo, Brennan Townsend from the UK, and Fran Anguita, who possibly could punch their ticket to the UTMB final in the OCC race, the corresponding race in distance. Although if you make your case and reach out to the sports commission, you could possibly ask to be bumped up in the distance above. So if you have can bring forward the right reasons, let's put it that way, you could ask to be bumped up into the CCC, but that will be for next year. Because again, the system is the point, or the running stones that you acquire in 1 year go towards the draft for the year after, and it's the same for all the participants in this race. So the top 10 here are punching their automatic entry for the 2025 UTMB World Series final.
We're awaiting Brennan Townsend from Great Britain. So Brennan would be the 8th place male over the finish line. First person from Great Britain, first person out of mainland Europe as well.
Yep.
Running for High Peak Running. So Brennan, it's estimated that he's probably coming over in about 4 minutes. So it was really, really tight racing there in the top 5. If you look at that spread, there's 9 minutes 30 seconds separating that top 7 places, which is tight for a 53k race. Pretty good after 5 hours of running.
Yeah, it is indeed. It shows once again, like, as a major that drew quite a lot of depth, quite a lot of talent on that start line. And as we have the top 5 across the line here in the men's, talking about the women's, Ines Astrain has gone through Sante Descuna now. Sorry, my bad. I really won't get that one right. But the 46K aid station, and Marta Perez is actually only anticipated to go through that aid station in 13 minutes. So it seems like the gap now has really opened up between first and second woman, as we see a recap of the men's race where Andre Rodriguez, since that first big downhill after Tuk Salana, was in the lead and had secured that lead. We talked about that after he went through RTS and barely stopped. But then apparently in that area, like before he got to the summit, he must have gone wrong and lost what everybody would seem to say, like somewhere around 2 minutes. And that allowed here with the orange t-shirt, Victor Del Aguila for Team Joma. That's where he hit the deck pretty hard. Team Joma to take the lead, and so Andre Rodriguez, as you could see on these images, gave everything, tried everything, put everything on the line to try and close that gap again to regain that first place. But he was, how many seconds short, you said? 9?
Yeah, 9 minutes 30. 9 seconds. 9 seconds separated first and second. Victor and interest.
All right, quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
All right, the finish line is pumping in the city of Vieja. Vieja, which is the capital of the Val d'Aran, where this HOKA Val by UTMB is taking place, the European major of this UTMB World Series. And we've seen now probably the top 10 in the men's of the PDA come through the line with a lot of drama, a lot of things going on in the top places, with disappointment, with taking risks, some decent falls too. And now we're back on the line, but hoping to very shortly go back to the women's race, which is still going on. And by the look of it, we should catch at some point Ines Astarain at the very top of the last climb with aerial images. And now we do have a split, and it is just under 7 minutes between these two ladies. And oh no, wait a minute. Actually, Gisela Carrion has, for the first time in the race, has taken second place. Marta Perez has actually fallen back. They are together within 2 seconds, but at that point, Gisela Carrion had made a move from fifth to then fourth, and now second. Woo! We're talking about race management, Maj. Like, this is a masterclass on how to run the PDA at the HOKA Val by UTMB. What a comeback from the Brooks Runner athlete, Gisela Carrion. What a comeback. She's now 7 minutes back from the lead, but she has reeled in Marta Perez. And if she keeps pushing the way she does, by the time they get to the finish line, she will be only 4 minutes back. Ines Astarain. So she's still anticipated to finish in second place, but closing from 7 minutes to 4 minutes. And here on your screen is Brennan Townsend from the UK. Probably suffered a little bit from the heat. He's asking for water.
Well, he's lucky he just scraped in there. That's a top 10 for the men. He lost a couple of positions there. He was planning on coming in around 8th. Then he got overtaken in that last couple of sections. So that's it for the top 10 and the guaranteed entries into the OCC for 2025 at the UTMB World Series Mont-Blanc. The grand final, as they say.
And Owen, our finish line speaker, he lives in the Canary Islands, so he's definitely good to go in Spanish. But obviously, when there is someone who speaks English, he will take this opportunity to have a wee chat, to have a wee interview. Owen, who's Irish. and we're definitely familiar with seeing him on the finish lines of all the world's biggest events, world champs, UTMB, like basically everywhere there is a need for world-class speakers. He is part of it. And actually, he tried himself at doing commentary earlier this year at Transvulcania, together with Mauri Pagliacci. And these two gentlemen offered us the commentary for the live coverage of Transvulcania. All right, as you said, Maj, top 10. So now we know the names of the ones who will be automatically selected to race the UTMB World Series final end of August 2025 OCC. And yeah, hopefully we get images soon, because the women's race, as much as we thought it was in the bag for all these ladies, well, it looks like Gisela Carina has decided to shake out the top 3. And after passing Tang Jingyang and Lady Paola, she has now overtaken, or at least reeled in, Maria Perez. And these two ladies are running neck to neck at the 46k mark. They were within 2 seconds of each other, and if she keeps up at this pace, she will probably put 30 seconds or a minute up at the top. Hopefully we'll have images of her. But first one who will be at the top, and that should be literally any second now, is Ines Astrain from Team Yoma. She has shown a true demonstration of strength. She was a notch above everyone else today, and just slowly screwing the pace on her competition and increasing slowly but surely her gap from a couple of minutes to over 7 minutes and counting. And yeah, she hit the ground hard as well before the RTS aid station, but that didn't stop her, and she is still moving, ladies and gentlemen. A quick commercial break, and we'll be back with you for the women's race. Here we go. The current top 4 in the women's race for the PDA. That's what we're telling you. Is flying still in and has a commanding lead of 7 minutes on to second place. The second place has changed. As you can see, Gisela Carrion is now in second place, moved up, and technically this is what we could have expected because her UTMB index at 23 is higher than the one of Marta Perez at 68. And so now the two runners, Marta has been in second place for the longest time in this race, and now on the last climb before the final descent into Villa has been reeled in by Gisela. So now the question is, will she be able to respond and compete with Gisela for second place in this long descent, or is Gisela on another level and has paced herself to a point where now she is a step above the rest of the competition? So here a quick replay of the start of the PDA. I'm going to let you enjoy this. Yeah, you can see once again how he fell pretty hard in that section and yet was taken at it at all. She was having a conversation with another competitor and responding extremely well to the crowd. And that's it. That was Marta Perez in second place at that point. But then eventually building. That's also at the top where Andrea Rodriguez lost about 2 minutes because he went the wrong way and tried everything, even here, as you can see right here, took a bit of a fall. He put everything on the line to try and make up for the time that he had lost and Victor de la Guia, but it wasn't enough, and it was only 9 seconds between first and second Andrea Rodriguez, who obviously was disappointed. However, someone who was extremely happy was Dani Castillo, scoring the third place, getting on the podium of this HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB, the PDA. And just a bit later, I don't know if you have the images of Christian Manuel squeezed off into fourth place, and then Marco Ramos Gonzalez, last year's second place in the PDA, round up the 5. And this is the recap once again. I will let you enjoy the videos again.
El Valle de Liébana entró en 12ª posición el año pasado, 11º. El primer corredor internacional, Brennan Townsend, from Great Britain, el 10º puesto. El 9º Fran Anguita, 8º Raúl Tirado, 7º Marcos Melo, 6º Sergio García, 5º Marcos Ramos, 4º Ignacio Manone, 3º Dani Castillo, 2º Andrés Rodríguez y primero y ganador Víctor del Águila. Tenemos la entrega de premios de los 10 primeros de la general. 10 primeros de la general. Primero y primera de cada categoría esta tarde, aquí también a partir de las 7 de la tarde. Hay aplausos también porque llega el 14º corredor.
And yes, Aslan is holding on to that first place, but Gisela Carrion Bertrand is closing in. We've got a predicted finishing time of an yes of 13 hours, 13 minutes. And Gisela, she's down to a 1 minute advantage over Gisela. It's going to be an incredible battle, guys, to the finish line. So at about 1:10 past 1, 1:15, we're going to have our leading ladies, our champions, cross the finish line in this year's 2024 PDA, VDA, UTMB here in Val d'Aran, the European major. Here comes Mark Sanchez Pons. Great job, Mark. Bring it home, well done. 19th position, top 20.
Ahí llega Mark Sánchez. Mark, desde Mallorca. Mark. Aquí, detrás de ti. Ahí me suena tu cara. Me suena tu cara porque te he visto en los carteles anunciando una carrera importante que va a ocurrir en la isla, en tu isla, en Mallorca, en el primer fin de semana del mes de noviembre. ¿Cómo nos vendemos UTMB en Mallorca? Además, tú que has sido uno de los embajadores de imagen de la carrera.
De este proyecto, siendo la imagen junto a mi compañero Pau Benetán y al fotógrafo Martín Miro.
Oye, una cosita, Marc. Me han dicho que en Mallorca nada, no hay piedras ni nada por los senderos. Me han dicho que todo nada técnico de correr, nada, impresionante, ¿no?
Súper técnica, pero súper divertida. O sea, los paisajes de Mallorca son súper característicos y súper singulares. Así que nada, os invito a que vayáis a la isla a disfrutar de Mallorca by UTMB.
Y viva la Serra de Tramuntana, donde vamos a tener una UTMB Marc Sánchez, imagen de la carrera de la prueba de Mallorca. Marc Sánchez, que hoy aquí ha entrado en el puesto 19º clasificado, el que va a estar ahí en el mes de noviembre en esta prueba UTMB Mallorca, UTMB Serra de Tramuntana, en un sitio verdaderamente espectacular.
need to go down. Rock that run, that this how it's on. Easy now, no need to go down. Easy now, no need to go down. This is the rhythm. Oh yeah. This is the rhythm of the night. Oh yeah. This is the rhythm.
Now guys, don't go anywhere because in about 15-20 minutes time we're going to have our leading ladies cross the finish line here at the PDA, the European Major. There is an incredible fight going on between Ines Amsterdam and Gisela Carrion Bertrand. Who will get to the finish line first? Gisela has been crawling back minutes for the last couple of hours. Yes, has been leading the race for the majority of this morning. Can she hold on and take the win in the PDA 2024?
Destination unknown.
Congratulations to Dario del Vesta. Buen trabajo, Dario. Congratulations.
Now I won't feel those heavy shoulders no more. My life got better, now I finally enjoy. Yes, all the people wanna come here and so. Come on and join us, you can do that now. Let's go. Follow me, and let's go to the place where we belong and leave our trouble now. Come with me, we can go to my paradise of love and joy, a destination unknown.
Yellow diamonds in the light, and we're standing side by side as the shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come
Seguimos recibiendo el línea de meta, en este caso Dani es el que llega rompiendo todavía la barrera de las 6 horas, entrando en línea de meta es Dani Vázquez, Dani Soria, perdón, y llega ahora el próximo en llegar ya en los últimos 100 metros es Sergi Vázquez en Ripon, va llegando ya todos. Ya vamos teniendo presencia masiva de corredores en la línea de llegada. Ahí llega Sergi Vázquez. Adoñín, ahí tenemos a Adoñín ya que se incorpora con nosotros. Sergi que toma la campana. Sergi Vázquez, 6 horas, 12 minutos, 2 segundos.
Pero la verdad que se ha disfrutado Un poco de calor para mi gusto, pero he disfrutado. Pedazo de carrera y muy contento. He dado todo y nada.
Gracias, Sergi, de verdad, qué bonitas palabras para un auténtico montañero. Ahora venga esos 3000 que van a caer dentro de poco. Sergi Vázquez del equipo Lurbel llegando a la meta. Sergi ella tocando la campana. Más corredores de PA. Qué espectáculo hemos vivido, madre mía. ¿Cómo se ha vivido en el live?
Llega el de Mallorca, otro de los Baleares. Ahí lo tenemos en Ripoll. Otro de los Baleares junto con Román Sánchez, que llegó también a hacer sonar la campana de Ripoll. Esta vez Enrique, sí. Esta vez tuvo una mala experiencia en Andorra. En otra la prueba UTMB. Ahí tenemos a Dino Gelaber también. La voz de las principales carreras y eventos en todo el mundo balear. Dino Gelaber también, que está aquí con nosotros haciendo patria con Menorca. Y Balear. Y llega Gediminas Grinius from Lithuania. From Vibram team, Gediminas Grinius, one of the most important runners, trail runners all around the world, all around the history. Gediminas Grinius is just arrived in this moment. Gediminas Grinius, one big applause for him, one big applause for the man of Vibram team, Gediminas Grinius.
Yourself off the ground, I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be afraid, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, you sure know you don't, you can't stay there. And that's sure you
Gediminas desde Lituania, historia viva del trailer mundial a nivel histórico, un ganador de carreras como Trail en Canarias, podium también en otro trail del Mont-Blanc, uno de los mejores corredores de la historia en Europa y sin duda el mejor corredor que ha dado el país de Lituania, Gediminas Grinius. Montaje que tenemos aquí en la línea de meta con DJ Bobby a los pilotos, a los Pyrenees. Y nos gusta porque es kilómetro cero, producto de proximidad de aquí del valle, uno de los ángeles de la guarda de todo el valle, uno de los bomberos del valle de la Valderán. Además, a la Telesilla, la mejor comentarista de UTMB. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Vaya salida de estado que te han puesto ahí,
Vaya casoplón.
Dos plantas para ella sola, Es pequeño, pero no te creas, y no se da más importancia, Ahí está. Bueno, han estado viendo el live, han estado viendo la retransmisión en directo. Pues ella es la voz. Pero un aplauso.
Mírala cómo luce ahí de guapa.
Fabi, ponle algo de indie que la gusta. Ponle algo de indie a la Telesilla, que es boomer. No había nacido, una pipiola.
I'll make you mine, you know I'll take you to the top. I'll drive you crazy.
Me gustan los niños mutantes, los tironíes, esas cosas que le gustan a los modernos. Luego tenemos una de Sara para los de mi época. Wow. Va por ti, Tele, va por ti. ¡Viva el indie, va! Tienes que bailar,
Lo siento por interrumpir, solo he venido a preguntar. Me dicen que
has been reeled in. By Gisela Carrion from Brooks Trail Runner. Gisela is now in second position, and Ines Astrain is still moving really well. It looks like she's suffering a little bit from the downhill. Her footing. Oh, excuse me. We've been running to get back to the studio as soon as we heard that the power was back, and not the power, the internet was back. And it's not like it's back. We actually had to pull a cable from one building to another and to try to bring ourselves manually internet to get back on time to provide you with those images. So hopefully you hear what I'm saying, and you can see here on your screen Ines Astrain flying into Vieja, into the finish line, into the win of this PDA of the HOKA Val UTMB. Et là, on est dessus.
Là, ça partit à 30 secondes.
All right. Okay, so this is Will. Like, I've been speaking for about 10 minutes, but without you hearing. So hopefully you are back. Enfin, we are back, and you can hear us. This is a little bit of a problem. It's a fiber optic cable that apparently did not provide the internet anymore to us here at the studio. So obviously, as you can imagine, this is a bit of a problem to send you the images back. So we've pulled a cable from one building to another because they still had internet there, and so we kind of made it work. We manually pulled a long cable across the car park, and we're back, hopefully, to offer you those images in the women's race, which is what you are watching now. Ines Astrain is flying down the hill on her way to Viela, and on the way to a win if she keeps looking at this trail, because that could lead to a fall. She's almost to the road, and almost about to cross the line to take the win on this PDA of this HOKA Val by UTMB. This UTMB major on the 50k distance, and behind it's Gisela Carrion from Team Brooks Trail Runners, who has managed to sneak into the second place. She's past Marta Perez Maroto, and she is now 4 minutes ahead of Marta. So either Marta, that you can see on the screen right now, has slowed down a bit. The course has taken a toll on her. She's definitely not as swift, as quick as we saw Ines Astrain going. And there's quite a lot of time between these two women now. 7 minutes precisely. And what's interesting as well is that Ines Astrain is anticipated to cross the finish line in 4 minutes, and she keeps looking back. She is running scared because Gisela Carrion is expected to arrive in Viela in 5 minutes, so only 1 minute behind Ines Astrain. And after leading the whole time, Ines has no intention whatsoever to let go of the win, so she is literally running for her life. Hopefully she'll hold it together behind. It looks like Gisela Carrion has made an effort to try and close the gap, but now we're getting dangerously close to the finish line. Look at her. Ines striding out as she's coming down the streets of Vieja. And it's going to be both a relief and a satisfaction when she's going to get closer to the finish line. But looking back, it doesn't seem that Gisela is close enough to come and challenge Ines for the win. But it's probably going to be another extremely close finish, just like we saw it in the men's. And if you weren't with us in the men's, Victor de Aguila from Team Roma won the PDA in the men's race, only 9 seconds ahead of André Rodriguez from Portugal, Team Scarpa. And then third place, rounding up the podium, was Dani Castillo from Spain, representing Team Wild Trail Project Nike Trail. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, only a minute until Ines Astrain manages to win this PDA. Some 53 kilometers, because the original course was cut short by about 3 kilometers due to snow up high, but now we're fully back, and luckily, because that would have been such a disappointment not to be able to show you the finish, this beautiful finish of Ines Astrain once again. And we're transitioning onto the audio of the finish line. And there she is, ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 winner of the PDA of the HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB. There you go, she's letting go of a smile. She knows that now it is in the bag. What a relief, what a satisfaction, and what a race by Ines Astrain. Man, she worked for it. And there we go, she's ringing the bell, la campana. And as she's going back, we're eagerly waiting for the second place finisher and see how close she was. And apparently, Gisela didn't quite close the gap as much as we anticipated. So Ines ran scared. I wouldn't say for nothing, because, you know, nothing's done until it's done. And now it is. She has claimed the win. And there we go. There she is from Brooks runner, Gisela Carrion Bertrand. Who managed really well her race. She was out of the top 5 and then creeped in and made her final push in the last ascent to Raylene Tong Jingyang, as well as Marta Perez.
Yo creo que esta carrera era lo que tú te merecías después de un comienzo de año que no ha sido lo soñado, con lesiones, con nada, no pudiste ir en la maratón del Meridiano, otras carreras en las que no estuviste ahí como a ti te hubiera gustado, pero aquí sí te has quitado la esquinita y en lo más alto y ganando con un nivel internacional impresionante.
Bueno, y reconozco que no vengo tampoco en el mejor momento. O sea, después de Cegama, no, ni soy hoy mejor corredora por quedar primera, ni fui peor.
And she says she couldn't be happier about today, especially after Zegama.
Bueno, sí, la verdad que soñaba con una victoria así, mi primera carrera by UTMB. Y
So that's her first race in the UTMB World Series, and therefore first race, first win.
No, pues es en julio.
Bueno, pero nos queda todo el año por delante todavía para seguir viéndote. ¿Dónde te vamos a seguir encontrando pronto?
Pues la verdad que hice un cambio de calendario hace 10 días porque cogí una gastroenteritis y no pude correr Mont-Blanc. Entonces dije, iba a venir a la de 30 y dije con el entrenador, bueno, pues vamos a apostar a PDA, gracias a él, que fue el que confió en mí y creía que yo podía estar adelante pese a no estar en mi mejor momento. Y bueno, la verdad que la apuesta y la confianza salió muy bien.
Okay, so then the form and the confidence is back. Oh, and you see the replay here when she hit the deck, probably the hardest. The ground must have been shaking for a while, but luckily she dusted herself off and ran. And ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher for what looks like a pretty emotional finish actually for Gisela Carrion, Team Brooks trail runner from Spain, who worked really hard. Like, these athletes have given everything they had in that final descent. And it looked like it was a hot day. She's asking for water. And she's now getting realigned with herself and thanking the crowds. There it is. It took her a moment to regroup. But now she is celebrating with the crowds. What is perfect. A superb second place in this European major of the UTMB World Series. And a race extremely well managed again, like coming back so strong at the end of the race is truly outstanding. And she's getting a hug from Javi Pacino.
Bueno, vamos a darle un minuto a Gisela
the director of the UTMB Iberia. And there we go, the hug between those two champions that probably didn't see each other in the whole race. And I think Ines was hoping they wouldn't. But yeah, big effort from Gisela Carrion, the Spanish runner from Brook Trail Runner. And then I think very shortly after, we're going to see Marta Perez. Marta Perez, who was in second position for the longest time and had to give up that spot. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. A few more switchbacks after getting past that big antenna. And she will be on the road, so let's say probably 3 to 4 minutes. And we'll see Marta Perez from World Trail Project, Nike Trail, make it to the finish line. And yeah, it looks like she's struggling a little bit, because earlier she was running much faster downhill. So, I mean, imagine she's run 3,000, almost 3,700 meters of elevation loss. So that is some substantial amount of downhill and extremely unforgiving on the legs. And so you're trying to do everything you can here, like including holding onto the branches to slow you down. And so again, it does make sense for a lot of these runners to actually use poles to save the legs as much as possible. And on the right hand side, your winner of the day, again, Ines Astrain from Team Homa, catching up with other members of the team. We saw them at the aid station in RTS, giving her indications of what was happening behind, as she was already in the lead. And there we go, only a few hundred meters, and Marta Perez will be on the road, final stretch. She'll free herself from the technicality of the trails, and she'll just have to open up her stride on the pavement, on the concrete first, and then, yeah, into the village of Vieja, the capital of Val d'Aran. There we go. In 2 to 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, Marta Perez will come in to the finish line in third place after a hard-fought race in conditions that were pretty good. Like when they started this morning in Salardou, the weather was good, already blue skies, but cool temperatures. And then as the day progressed, temperature did rise up, and we saw a lot of runners like pour waters over themselves at the aid stations. And yeah, in the chat, welcome everyone, Sergio. Yeah, thanks for bearing with us. There we go, we're back in Vieja on that finish line. And back, ladies and gentlemen, with our third place. I mean, not finisher quite yet, but she is on her way. Representing a Team Wild Trail Project, Nike Trail, ladies and gentlemen, Marta Perez is only minutes away from the finish line. Marta Perez has already done pretty well this year. She was second place at Tenerife Blue Trail, the 47K, right behind Maud Matisse. And she did other Spanish races like Carrera Alto Sil, where she won the 17K, then a 27K. Juramendi Trail, she was second, and then the Tren Casim's Pauls, the Sky Race 34K, she was fourth, then 22nd at Zegamais Gori. And then second, once again, the Tenerife Blue Trail by UTMB. And now on her way to score another podium on the UTMB World Series, and not any stage, it is the European Major, which will give her automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final next year, end of August 2025. And also access to a pretty decent prize money, because the prize money has been doubled for all the majors. And I do not have the breakdown, but if you're interested, I'm pretty sure you can find it on the UTMB website. I know it's 5,000 euros for the win in the men's and the women's for each distance, the 50K, the 100K, and the 100 miles. And there she is. She is welcomed by Depa, the speaker here. An athlete from the Wild Trail Project that he manages. They know each other very well. She couldn't hope for a better welcome. And there she breaks into a smile, a relief. She's going to ring the bell and officially claim a third place here at the PDA of the HOKA Val by UTMB. Marta Perez from Spain. Oh, and she worked hard. And Ines and Gisela are there. And Depa's going to have a quick interview with Gisela on the finish line.
Bueno, pues estamos en el directo con Gisela Carrión, ahora mismo aquí retransmitiendo a través de live. Gisela, tenías ganas, nosotros también, lo sabes, teníamos ganas de verte llegar a la meta con esa sonrisa, pero tú especialmente, ¿no? Después de un tiempo peregrinando en el desierto, al final llegar a la meta y uno que me ve en un segundo puesto es un super premio.
La verdad es que sí, creo que he hecho las cosas muy, muy bien. Llevo 4 años luchando contra lesiones y bueno, he ido creando una base. Además, este año pues me he puesto otra vez a estudiar otra carrera, estoy estudiando fisio y también trabajando. Y entonces, pues al principio de temporada era crear una base sin recaer en una lesión. Y cuando tuviera esa continuidad, ir sumando volumen e intensidad y meterme un objetivo que me gustara mucho, ahora en verano, que justo ya he acabado los estudios, y escogí aquí. Y mira, porque el valle también, he vivido mucho aquí también, y estas montañas pues también están en mi corazón, y entonces pues escogí esta.
Y a partir de ahora, con un objetivo por delante, y a partir de ahora ya a olvidarnos de lo que ha ocurrido desde el 2019 prácticamente, con esa internacionalidad también en Villa Langostura, en el Campeonato del Mundo con la selección española, y a partir de aquí ahora una nueva Gisela con perspectivas de ¿qué?
Bueno, ir sumando, al final disfrutando de cada paso, tener objetivos que sean objetivables para mí, o sea, que no sean una barbaridad. Y eso, y al final a mí me gusta mucho entrenar, me gusta mucho la montaña, y competir lo tengo como segunda, digamos, al lado. No es mi prioridad, pero bueno, siempre hay algunos objetivos ahí importantes que me gusta llegar bien, y eso, pues mira, este ha sido uno.
Pues has llegado muy bien, enhorabuena, Gisela Carrión.
What a cool interview. So basically, she says like she had issues with injuries before, and then she was really happy to be back here in full force. She's looking forward to the final, from what I caught, and she loves being in the mountains. She loves to run and train in the mountains, and the actual racing part is just the icing on the cake. So she says, obviously, when there are big objectives, I come ready and I give everything I have. But truly, I love training, and this is my main purpose, my main why I'm out there. And whenever there is a chance of racing, then I will take this opportunity. But that is definitely not what drives me to train and to be out there. So there we go. We got fourth and fifth women, ladies and gentlemen. The battle is still on in the women's race for the top 5, and it is Marie Klakegg-Ferne from Norway who is about to finish on the right-hand side of your screen. And the Salomon runner from China, Tang Jingyang, is not too far back, but I think this is just not going to be enough to come and challenge her. Oh, and there we go. We got a finish line interview with Marta Pérez.
Muy poco, pero bueno, la bajada era ya darlo todo y deseando llegar a meta. Contigo.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. A pesar de que se te ha hecho muy dura, un tercer puesto, un podio, mejorando lo previsto, mejorando el año pasado. Enhorabuena, y lo mejor es que a partir de aquí yo creo que va a ir todo mucho más bonito y mucho más rodado, Marta.
Sí, muchísimas gracias, Pepa. Me ha encantado esta carrera.
Muchísimas gracias, Marta Pérez Maroto. Ahí la tienen, podio, tercer puesto.
From what I caught, she said the final descent was pretty hard, but she's still happy. And then Pepa said that this is still like an outstanding performance to be here on the top 3 of this Val d'Aran by UTMB, the European major. And there we go. In fourth place, the HOKA runner from Norway, Marie Klakegg.
Position from Norway. Congratulations on this woman. Just arrived from Norway. HOKA team. Congratulations. Nice job. Well done.
And there we go. That was the photo of the top 3. So Mary is actually just moving around the banner. And, oh man, that was a close finish again. Coming from China, representing Team Salomon, Tang Jingyang is on her way to the finish line here in Vieja.
Jingyang, congratulations.
Jingyang Tang. 5 position.
And congratulating the top runners.
Congratulations.
I love the stoke. He's super happy. As you would. And it looks like she still had she had some gas left in the tank. She's trotting along.
Quinta clasificada aquí en la HOKA Val d'Aran, Pyrenees by UTMB.
He's like, Xavi's like, okay, go ahead and ring the bell.
Continuamos la fiesta porque no para de llegar corredores. Otro aplauso bien grande para tocar la campana. Otro aplauso para Jorge. ¡Vámonos!
Pues, en quinta posición llegó Jingyang Tan. La cuarta fue Marie Klakegg-Ferne. Cuarta posición también en categoría femenina. Llegó luego Alex Pons, Jorge Bonet también, todavía entre los 50 primeros. Aquí lo tenemos quinto femenino.
And they are still coming in, ladies and gentlemen. 6 women here in this UTMB World Series major, the European one, the HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB. And it is the Colombian runner from Trail Run Colombia, Lady Paola Hormaza Casillas, who was in third place for a while, but perhaps suffered a little bit from all these ups and downs. But she's finishing what seems to be with a smile on her face, probably relieved to be done. It's getting hot out there as well. And in the chat, is there anyone with us from Colombia? cheering on Lady Paola. Give us a thumbs up, make some noise. Although, probably if you're from Colombia, you're watching on the Spanish live coverage. I wouldn't be offended. Oh, that's awesome. Like, we love that smile. And there we go, ringing the bell. What a cool finish.
Espectacular. Ritmos, tiempazos, como siempre, subiendo el nivel, muchísimo nivel internacional. Aquí en Sevilla, UTMB World Series.
And we're still obviously here to cover the women's race with that infamous bell, La Campana, and actually fun story. And there we go. Okay, let's have a look at the top 5 in the women's race. Ines Astrain won the race very well, and as much as she ran scared, she was almost 3 minutes ahead of Gisela Carrion, who ran extremely well to be outside of the top 5 by mid-race, and then finishing extremely strong. Marta Perez, on the other hand, like, finished a little bit on fumes, but still managed to score a beautiful 3rd place. Marie-Claire Fernet from Norway, first non-Spanish runner, and then Tang Jingyang from China, who came across the finish line with a massive smile on her face. And then another look at the men's, and look at that, 9 seconds between Victor de la Liga Perigier and André Rodriguez. André, who was leading for the longest time, and then took a wrong turn at the summit, where he lost about 2 minutes and could never close the gap completely on Victor. And then Danny Castillo from Wild Trail Project, a beautiful 3rd place that he is very deserving of after working so hard for so many years. He's finally breaking through. Imagine a podium at this international level. And then Ionel Cristian Manole, a runner from originally from Romania but lives in Spain, and that we've seen many times at this event. He won the inaugural 100-mile here in 2021. And in the 5th place, Marco Ramos Gonzalez, who was 2nd here on this PDA last year. So here's a bit of a recap of how the race played out. Started this morning in Salardou at 7 a.m. and unfolded all the way up until here. Point-to-point race, 3,300 meters of elevation gain and 3,700 meters of elevation loss. Ines Astrain here, who was took the lead early on, as well as André Rodriguez, as you can see here. He was still ahead in that final climb, and this is Marta Perez, who was chasing hard, and then Ines, after that aid station, hit the deck pretty hard, where Marta was still chasing and about like 4.5 minutes back. But then here, boom, that was some serious fall. But then she actually got back on her feet, dusted herself off, and then a few minutes later was chatting away with another competitor, and then giving big high fives, there you go, to the crowds. And then she was back in her race, full focus to make it to the finish and claim the win. And Marta Perez still running in second place. But that was in that final climb. This is where Andre Rodriguez got lost, and then Victor de la Guira with the orange t-shirt took advantage of that and was bombing down to the finish. Andre Rodriguez tried everything he could to close the gap and regain his win. And there you go. He took also chances and crossing the line here, taking a fall. He's put everything he had, but will finish some 9 seconds back from Victor de la Guira. And so he was a little bit bitter, but in the finish line interview, he explained that he had gone lost, gotten the wrong way, and he still salutes Victor de la Guira for the win. And here is Danny Castillo taking third place here, all smiles, super stoked. And these are images we actually didn't manage to see at that point. But this is Ines Strain on her way down to Viela. You can see here at the bottom of the valley on your screen, Justine. And then she was really scared that somebody would reel her in, but nobody would come close to her. And here is Gisela Carrion from Brooks Trail Runner, who managed to have a really solid back end of the race and basically passed Marta Perez just before the climb, and from then on never looked back to claim the second place. Marta Perez did everything she could to hold on to third place, which she did, representing Team Wild Trail Project, Nike Trail, and round up the podium of this day. So actually, Team Roma did first in the men's and in the women's, and then Team Wild Trail Project did also third in the both men and women. Solid team representation here. And so basically on that replay in this top 3 women here with Marta Perez, spent but happy. We're gonna wrap up the live coverage for today. We're gonna be back tomorrow with you to film the 100K and the beginning of the 100 miles. And then on Saturday, we'll cover the finish of the 100K as well as the 100 mile throughout the whole day. We're going to be there, the whole of Saturday until late to cover men's and women's. So if you're tuning in, thanks a lot for being with us. And then if you want to keep watching, there is still on the platform live.utmb.world the opportunity to watch the finish line, the camera on the finish line, which will stay on. Once again, thanks for being with us, and until tomorrow, behave.
Et ça part forcément très fort.
The UTMB is the greatest racing week in trail running. This race just constantly keeps hitting you, completely physically destroyed, but mentally more alive than you've ever felt.
Mamma mia.
Muy interesante.
It's like a cloud of smoke there. Wow. Insane.
The clock is still running.
As they say in France, ooh la la. It's like this amazing.
En el último kilómetro. What a battle. What a fight. She's back.
So many emotions from everyone.
so high, I ain't coming down.
Corredora que ha hecho también hoy un enorme esfuerzo. Carla Picarcia, José Daniel González también. Natalia Mastrota, la corredora italiana. Cumplimente Natalia, la corredora italiana del equipo Viveran. Y viene ahora también Nelson Reynolds. Nelson Reynolds que viene en una buena posición. Nelson Reynolds. Just to right in this moment, Gavin Sanger, good job from Australia, Nelson Reynolds, 9th position for her, good job Alison, Carla, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien.
Madre mía, todas puntitas. Con 18ª novena. Para cerrar casi el doble, tendremos a la décima turma. A la danesa, que están chivando por ahí. Y hay una chica en el Valle Arán que corre muchísimo. A ver si es ella. Tenemos por ahí a nuestro jefe. Y el Fabi, nos lo dices, la primera danesa hay que repetir la cosa. Fue la primera. La mexicana, mírala, mírala. Venga, y estos últimos benditos. Bravo, bravo.
Ahí viene esa mano. ¡Vamos, mano! ¡Vamos, mano! ¡Dale, mano arriba!
También, hoy me van a hacer puntitas junto con Cristina Lés. Vamos a ver quién tiene el top 10. ¿Quién nos sorprende llegando a meta? Si es la corredora aragonesa, si es la valenciana. Esperándonos, Ana Bausen. Y esperando también la corredora aranesa, Marta Cesper.
Y ahora el próximo a llegar será Unai Zubizarreta o Unai Osondo. Va Unai, va. Venga, Unai, va.
Bravísimo, Unai, bravísimo.
Solamente oír tu voz, ver mi foto en blanco y negro, recorrer esa ciudad. Yo ya me muero de amor, ver la vida sin reloj y contarte mis secretos, no saber y así besarte, esperar que salgas solo Yo quiero vivir así, ni siquiera sé si sientes tú lo mismo. Me desperté soñando que estaba a tu lado y me quedé
El equipo Lourdes, ahí a ver si se junta toda la familia. Ahí estamos, ganándose desde la Comunidad Valenciana. El corredor del equipo Lourdes que el año pasado junto a Javi Lourdes, junto a Javi, hicieron la tranza del primer round. Ana Sosten en categoría. Sosten en categoría femenina para
Si no te tengo aquí conmigo, yo no quiero ser tu amigo porque tú eres mi camino. Y yo solo quiero estar junto a ti, vela por favor, entiéndelo. Solo dame tu mano y confía en mí, si te pierdo solo sigue conmigo. Y dale tiempo, mami, al tiempo, que tú, que yo, estamos hechos para estar los dos. Y dale tiempo, baby, al tiempo, que tú y yo, estamos hechos. Baby, no.
La primera corredora local, la primera danesa, Torres Estés, la próxima, que llega a la línea de meta, la primera corredora danesa, Torres Estés, viene aquí, llega a la línea de meta, a puntito ya. Bájame la música y yo te dejo el micro a Marta Fester, que es de aquí, es de casa, son tus vecinos de tu pueblo, a la foto y...
Gracias a todos por los ánimos durante los 50 kilómetros, porque es increíble estar en el y que hemos conseguido con este recorrido y este día. Increíble. Gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias. Primera corredora local, primera de casa, primera de aquí. A ver cómo suena ese aplauso. ¡Ah, sí! Me gusta. Marta, esto es para ti. llegado ya. Y luego Marta de Cerro, Pedro Zamora, tiene Hugo. Ahí está, Hugo Pérez González, que viene llegando tomando Hugo.
Bravo, Hugo, bravo. Buen trabajo, tío, buen trabajo. Un poquito de brazos. 7 horas, 20 pronto. Siguiente muy prontito. Buen trabajo, chico, buen trabajo. Oye.
Pero la que llega ahora es una de las damas del trail nacional de la historia. ¡Me descubro para Tina B! Una de las más grandes corredoras de la historia del trail. Tina, ven aquí, Tina, ven aquí. Mira, ayer te quejabas, 12ª corredora en línea de meta y esta tarde hay entrega de premios, el primer de cada categoría. Seguimos cumpliendo años y nos vamos dando del pollo. Tina, bienvenida de nuevo.
Jo molt bona cursa i al Palau de Vall d'Aran que teniu un paradís. I no hi ha res més a dir.
Y tú estás más a prop aquí que otra cosa, ¿eh?
Sí, bueno, la Vall del costat, però és per envejar, la veritat.
Muchas gracias, Tina Ves, lo ha ganado todo y llega Enrique Sánchez, claro, el entrenador de Lady Paola Ormaza.
Bueno, y Sara Ugarte también, llegando a meta.
Desde Colombia, Enrique Sánchez Claros, ahí se arroja su movida, la corredora Lady Paola Ormaza.
Bravísimo, Sara Ugarte, la corredora sexto pasa. Bien hecho, posición. Número 12 para ella, 13 para ella. Sara, enhorabuena, entrando en familia. Qué bueno, Sara, enhorabuena, que gana la corredora de aquí. Que toca la campana, significa felicitaciones, hombre.
Que tú me tienes temblando de noche y de día.
Lo tenemos esperando a Alex Sola y Alex Ramponi. Alex Ramponi. Alex Noviro José. Galaclos. Bravo, 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 tío, bravo. Bravo, Ángel, bravo. Bravísimo, Bastián. Cacha. Bastián, Pico, dale. Galaclos. Se le paga mi boca cubre. Se le pone. emoción. 4 de Pyrenees, la pata vives, Madrid-Villa. Vámonos, venga, venga. Vale, Fernando, vale. Vámonos, más corredores. Qué bueno, qué bueno. Venga, 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 los tienes, los tienes. Bravísima, Miguel, enhorabuena, enhorabuena. Otro corredor de la pelea. Venga, por los tienes. Vamos a por los 10. Corredor número 10. Desde las esquinas, Montrelos, hacia todo. No te tío, ¿cómo te has jugado? Clavado, pero bien. Ya está. Bueno, Juan Pedro, qué bueno, qué bueno, qué bueno. Juan Pedro, Sarria, ¿cómo? Corredor. Y una Argentina tuya, hermoso. Me has currado, ¿eh? ¿Te cortaron? Sí, justo es a las 1. ¿Dónde te cortaron? No me cortaron nadie. O sea, has hecho lo que te faltaba, justo, ¿no? ¿Cómo te lo has currado, macho? Sí, la verdad que hermoso, duro, pero por el color y bueno, te gustó el paisaje también, ¿no? Aquí de Madrid es un paraíso. Bueno, el año pasado había tenido una vista prácticamente esta distancia, era casi el mismo circuito, así que este año vamos a salir de Oceania, la vista. Juan Pedro, enhorabuena y felicitaciones, tío. Enhorabuena que Argentina, posición número 101. Y vámonos, vámonos. Qué bueno, qué bonita llegada, Juan Pico, Rueda, Aragón. Nos vamos con goles,
Y llega Totti, llegando a línea de meta. Ahí está, otro de los grandes. Gana tu hermana, tío. Gana tu hermana.
Venga, venga, qué bueno, dale ahí más.
hasta la hora de llegar.
Bravo, bravo, felicitacions! Diego, Girafe! Rómulo llegó, Guillón, y dos. Alberto, bravísimo. Venga más, Alberto. Matthew, wow. Oye, que la clase, vamos. Corredor belga, bravísimo, no te olvides de medalla.
Gabriel Alejandro Ortiz. Una pregunta, Gabriel. Tú eres de Argentina. ¿Y Francia? Esto, menos mal que Francia no se entiende. Francia, segunda, Sebastián.
I'm just scared in case I fall off my chair, and I'm wondering how I'll get down the stairs. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Yes, I'm stuck in the middle with you, and I'm wondering what it is I should do. It's so hard to keep the smile from my face, losing joy and I'm all over the place. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. When you started off with nothing, and I found out you're self-defense, and you felt it all.
there's a glow. Shoots up through the skinny ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, the traffic is stuck, and you're not moving anywhere. You thought you'd find a friend to take you out of this place, someone you could lend a hand in return for grace. It's a beautiful day.
Costa desde Portugal para Oceania.
Doesn't ring true. You've been all over, and it's been all over you. It's a beautiful day. To live, get away. It's a beautiful day. Touch me. Take me to that other place. Seriously, I know I'm not a hopeless case.
Ahí tenemos Johannes Moscar. Just arrived. This is normal. Johannes Moscar. Congratulations, Johannes. Johannes Moscar. Congrats. Welcome to the line. Welcome to India. Welcome, Johannes Moscar. Llegó también en este momento está claro Basilio, José Santos, viene ahí Jenny también. Ahí está una de las hermanas de las primeras, Nicole Hernández, Irene, que acaba de llegar a la línea de meta. Ahí está su hermana también esperándola. Está López Pinel también. Aquí lo tenemos. Bueno, vamos llegando, ahí llega Paco Moreno y Eder Sola. Ahí está el nombre del Salomón. Eder Sola llegando a meta, tocando la campana. Eder, bienvenido. También, ahí conociendo el Sierra, 75 minutos. Ahí ahora llegamos con Francisco González, enhorabuena, felicidades, y tras José Francisco, Ander, Jenny Echeverría, Soriana Cámez, Soriana Conquitori, ahí está, Ander, Jenny Echeverría, por Oceania, Oceania, y Juan Antonio Sierra. Juan Antonio Sierra López. Arunas Kisielius. Arunas Congrats, go. Come on, Arunas. Yeah. Don't arrive. Congratulations, Arunas from Lithuania. Tiene Antoine Javier y antes Sergio Monterrate. Antoine Javier. Felicitación, Antoine. Felicitación. Mientras José María Elana, caballero. Aquí tenemos otros los corredores del vertical de Torrelavega. Samuel desde la isla de La Palma, llegando a línea de meta. En este momento, Samuel Fernández. Don Samuel Fernández Pérez, el corredor de la Isla de la Palma, uno de los grandes corredores canarios de todos los tiempos, el corredor del equipo Recus de la Palma. Y detrás de Magui, Pérez, Alex Soler y Oscar Plata. Daniel del Campo, enhorabuena Dani. De Pingoso, Dani del Campo. Y ahora, ahí está Juan Pablo River. Enhorabuena Juan Pablo. Ahí con la fuerza, fuerte que nos levantamos. Antonio, felicitación. Y viene de Julián Taricó. Y ahora Rubén Jimeno. Vamos Rubén, Rubén Jimeno. Y viene también Luis García para volver emocionado, llegando a la línea de meta. Dándole fuerte, duro. Muy buena, muy buena. Y viene la primera uruguaya en cruzar la línea de meta. Uruguay, Uruguay, Uruguay. María del Pilar Fernández. Desde Uruguay. Tenemos a Pili desde Uruguay, desde Montevideo, desde la capital, desde el Río de la Plata. Francisco Catalán también, dentro de la línea de meta. Todavía no han llegado a 200 los corredores que han entrado en esta línea de meta cuando teníamos del orden de 1500 que son los que han tomado la salida esta mañana a partir de las 7 de la mañana. Sí, Power César, ahí lo tenemos. Y detrás de César Pechuán llega Pedro Alberto desde Portugal. Pedro Alberto, parabéns Pedro, parabéns. La propia semana tenemos en Portugal, en Montemuro, la carrera de la World Mountain Runners Association. Pedro Alberto desde Portugal. Y dice, toma, Marty Franken from Netherlands. Jordi Salotti. Y ahora tenemos al 5003, Martín Vallecos, 60 Alejandro Padrinero. Vale, Alejandro, muy buen día, rompiendo por debajo de la barrera de las 8 horas. A ver, que arriba, al Mateo Culinar, cae de venir, Mateo, el mío para, el Gallo se para, venga, va, Mateo. Mateo Culinar, que arriba, la campana. Ahí está, Andrés Sopara, que está aquí a nosotros también. También Francisco Peñalver, Nacho del Oño. Ahí está Nacho del Oño, enhorabuena Nacho. Y tras Nacho Baptiste Junier. Felicitaciones Baptiste. Café Becos, bienvenido. Román Pena, ahí tenemos a Román que viene sonriendo, que va cabeza a cabeza, Román, enhorabuena. A ver, que viene todo con el lado de Portugal. Vamos a ver para ti. Vamos ahí. Vamos a ver para Ricardo Viera. Y nos conectó de la Juan Salama Super. Go, vamos, go, good job. Hold on. porque se llama exactamente igual. World Meta. Madre mía, ahí con todo el equipo, con toda la familia, Benjamin, Benjamin, c'est les filles surtout. Ah, bonsoir. María Martínez. Enhorabuena, felicidades. Bueno, pues nos vamos acercando a las 8 horas de carrera, nos vamos acercando a las 8 horas de esta feria. Ya, ahí tenéis el cronómetro del susto, es el cronómetro oficial de la carrera. Llega ahora Juan Murriel y Pablo Quirán. Juan Murriel y Pablo Quirán lo tienen hecho, han terminado, enhorabuena a los dos. Aquí tenemos Eneco Rossi, Eneco Soriana, Eneco Aparión que Torres, Apetón, Eneco Rossi, desde Escalería. Ahí tenemos dos corredores más que vienen llegando. Ahí tenemos a Ivandro Caetano, ahí viene Juan Miguel Serrano. Ahí está Juan Miguel, lo hace sonar fuerte. Y Ivandro Caetano, ahí estamos. Sale duro, Ivandro, vale duro.
Congratulations, Benjamin. Great road, well done. Here we go. Let's have you at the finish line. Well done, Javi. Buen trabajo, Javi. Enhorabuena. Y siguen llegando los corredores de todo el mundo, desde España, desde Bolivia, Francia, Italia también, from the United Kingdom, from Ireland, from the United States of America. You're all very welcome, guys. Our PDA finishers, good job. Ring that bell. Luis Morata. Well done, Luis. Enhorabuena. We've got Rustem Bakirov. Good job, Rustem. Fantastic. Rustam from Kazakhstan. Isidro Rodriguez Ruiz, enhorabuena.
Congratulations, guys, you ring that bell. Super well done.
And Monica, congratulations, Monica. All for you. Monica Fay, congratulations. Well done, Anna. Ana Cisquera Diaz. Great job, Monica. Well done. Y Raimonda. Enhorabuena, Carlos. Beautiful moments here with all of the family. That's it, guys. Everybody gets a turn to ring that bell. Well done. Again. Otra vez. Muy bien. Así nos costa. Enhorabuena, chicos. Well done, Fernando Mañabes. Enhorabuena, Fernando. Well done, Axel. Buen trabajo, Axel. Buen trabajo. And well done to our two runners from Lithuania. Raimonda, well done. Great to have you here with us. Ismael, buen trabajo, Ismael. And that's a big smile coming down the finish line now. Well done, Tom. Good job. Here they come, let's ring that bell, Jose. Well done. Vamos, Pablo, vamos, enhorabuena. Fantastic, guys, well done. These guys are completing the PDA 51.5 kilometers. Over 3,000 meters of elevation gain. Part of the European major, that is the HOKA Val by UTMB 2024. And of course we've got our prize giving ceremony at 7 p.m. this evening. Well done, guys. Bien, Pedro, from Portugal. Vamos, chavales, sí señor. Manuel y Juan Carlos Ramírez Cruz. Fantástico, Pablo, enhorabuena. Juan Carlos Ramírez Cruz, enhorabuena. Just look at the joy of our runners. Ring that bell. Well done, Salva, enhorabuena. DJ Fabi, vamos. Well done, guys. Disfruten de un momento aquí en la meta. Fantastic, Ricardo. Fantastic, Joseph. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Jaime, enhorabuena. Enhorabuena, Jaime. Y desde Argentina, desde la casa de Nilo, desde la casa de los campeones del mundo, aquí también tenemos un campeón, Gustavo Daniel Martini, desde Argentina. Go, 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 guys. Well done. Hodai Julian. Good job. Jesus, Maria Herrero del Rio. Felicidades. Vamos, chicos, a disfrutarla. Buena foto para toda la familia, claro que sí. Muy bien, chicos, muy bien. Otro finisher más. Roman Marín de la Pro.
Please don't go. 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 Babe, I love you so. I want you to know that I'm gonna miss your love the minute you walk out that door. Please don't go. Please don't go.
DJ Bobby rocking out the tunes here live at the finish line of Valderrama 2024 as we welcome our next finisher, Gisli Hardarsson. Well done, Gisli, fantastic. Toda para ti, Fernando. Disfruta. Vamos, Arena, vamos, vida la alegría. Un corazón grande. Las manos arriba hacia el cielo. Sí, señor. Felicidades, Elena. Muy bien. Enhorabuena. Línea de la front, chapeau. Great job, Jean-Baptiste de la front. We've got France, Spain, Portugal, Finland, Lithuania, Argentina, all done, Tommy. Miguel Aguirre. Enhorabuena, Miguel. Gloria Seri, Gregory Deberg, Álvaro Sánchez Cano, y André Cañero from Portugal. Well done, guys. Enhorabuena, María. Fantástica. Gloria de la France, chapeau. Well done, guys. Well done. Veronique Betways from Belgium. Good job, Veronique. Well done. Well done, guys. Well done, Jordy. Jordy, Blanche, Julien, Diemer, François Chabot. Allez, allez, allez! It's there, fantastic, congratulations. Bueno, one. Well done, guys. Caro Ramón Castilles. Y Demian y Tomás. Allez, 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 de la France, chapeau. We still, of course, have lots and lots of runners to come home. We had 1,500 runners this morning, leaving at 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. And we've got just over 300 runners here at the finish line. So we're talking about the top 20% here. Well done, guys. You guys are in the top 20% of our PBA runners. Well done, Carlos. Carlos from Portugal there, coming home. Great job. Well done, David. Well done, Felipe. Felipe Santos. Congratulations, well done. Felicidades. Listen to that bell ring. Bear, well done, Juan. Rafa, another winner. Bien, David, bien. Federico from Portugal. Great job. Well done, Kike. Se acabó, sí señor. We've got the whole family coming in here. Congratulations, well done. Congratulations, felicidades. Yeah, Christian, good job, Christian. Excellent work, well done. Ainhoa, todo para ti. Enhorabuena. These athletes have ran 51 kilometers. 51.5 to be precise. Over 3,000 meters of elevation gain. Miguel Ángel, enhorabuena. Miguel Ángel López Cruz. 8 horas, 23 minutos. Aitor, enhorabuena. As we welcome home more finishers. Just look at this sprint finish in. Oceania, well done, congratulations. Well done, guys. On today's Igbar. It's the European Major Val d'Aran 2024. All yours.
1975 recorded an album with a song.
Let's hear you, Vienna, let's rock and roll! Here we go! Enhorabuena, chicos. Cristina and Javi. Y Teresa, enhorabuena, Teresa. Todo para ti. Bien, David, bien, enhorabuena. David desde España, Luis Carajico desde Portugal. De la France, Martín Menard y Yves Roussel. Well done, Martin. Ring that bell. Yves, good job. What's it like? Wonderful moment here at the finish line. the happiness as all the family come home together. Antonio y familia, enhorabuena. Christine from Sweden, fantastic. Qué bueno ver tantos niños entrando con sus padres, como Juan y familia. Bien, 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 take a bow. Nicolás, enhorabuena. Enhorabuena, José, para ti. Dale, José, dale. José Luis Gómez Pérez y José Castillo Blaques. Congratulations. And look at all these finishers coming in together now. We've got Jordi Llaneras, Jordi Padrón, Heriberto Ismael Costa. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Felicidades. Great job, Christine. Christine from Sweden. Well done. Congratulations, Marcos, well done. Well guys, we've got nearly 350 finishers across the finish line. And here comes one more. Well done, Juan, another Juan. Dale duro, dale. Another finisher from Sweden. Nico, great job. Buen trabajo, Kim. Buen trabajo. Buen trabajo, Alexandre. Buen trabajo, Jaco. Grenadine, well done. And just look at this sprint finish. Coming home after 51.5 kilometers from Portugal. Congratulations. Andre Bento, Luis de Sousa. 8 hours, 31 minutes, 4 seconds. Well done, guys. Great job. We have the prize giving ceremony tonight, guys, at 7 p.m. If you are first in your category or in the top 10, make sure, guys, you're here at 7 p.m. later on for our PDA prize giving ceremony. And then of course tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. we've got the CDH. And the big one, the VDA at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Well done, guys. Great job. Juan Carlos de España y de la France. Hot steam. Well done, guys. Sí, José Luis, sí. Sector también, enhorabuena. Oscar, enhorabuena. Just look at the joy as they cross the finish line. Just look at that smile. Fantastic. Great job, Emma. Well done, guys. Mathieu, bon travail. And they're queuing up to ring that bell. Gerard, great job. David, enhorabuena. Lágrimas de alegría. Aquí en la meta, in the 2024 European Major, Valderrama PBA, 51.1 kilometers. Incredible, guys. Well done. And they keep on coming. Great finish, well done, what a lovely moment. Un momento muy bonito para Jordi y su familia. Enhorabuena, Jordi. Great job, well done. João Paulo from Portugal. Luison Lepage de la France. Y Luis Alberto Díaz Portas de España. Enhorabuena. De la France. Luison Chapeau! 8 hours, 35 minutes and 9 seconds. Great job, Luison, great job. Let's hear you, Vieira. It's 3:35. We are here until 10 o'clock tonight to welcome home our PDA runners. It's party time in Vieira. Congratulations, Guillermo, enhorabuena. Felicidades. I know, fantastic. Looking good, I know, looking good. 7 hours, 36 minutes, 22 seconds for Arnaud. Great job all the way home. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enhorabuena. Fantástico. Arnau Monaco. Great job. Buen trabajo, Pedro. La campana es para ti. Juan, el siguiente. Muy bien. Buen trabajo, Javi. Felicidades. Great to see so many of our finishers coming home. We're up to over 350 finishers now. All looking strong, all looking well. They've survived the heat there today. Tough conditions down on that course. Enhorabuena, Andrés. Sí, señor. Chicos, Viera es para ustedes. Enhorabuena. Well done, Alice. Great job. Great job, Alice. Enhorabuena. Good job, guys. Well done, Tony. We've got 8 hours, 41 minutes on the clock as we welcome home more of our PDA runners. Great job. Jose, enhorabuena. Fantastico, Jose. Christian Alexi. You're all from Romania. Concepción, España. Enhorabuena, fantástico. Enhorabuena a los dos. De la France, Philippe. Chapeau. From Romania, our second runner from Romania in a matter of seconds, Valentina, fantastic, congratulations, you've done it. the PBA 51.5 kilometers. Make sure you get your medal. David de España. David, toma para aquí. Dale. Great job, guys. Great finish. Another winner, David. Martin from Norway. Great job, Martin. Bien, César, bien. La campana, César. Lo has logrado, te lo mereces. Venga. Sí, señor, bien. Here we go. Just look at that finish. Congratulations, guys! Just look at the joy! Nuria, Alberto, Oriol, Clara! ¡Wey! ¡Lo logramos! ¡Enhorabuena! Julieta from Bravo! Sofía de España! Victor. Good day for Team Romania. They got a strong presence in the UK. Santiago, well done. Fantastic, well done. Great job. Well done, mate. Excellent, great work. We're up to over 400 finishes now. Rafael de España. Enhorabuena, Rafael. You've done it. Lo lograste.
¿Dónde está Sorte?
Santiago, enhorabuena.
¿Qué quieres? Quiero mostrarle algo de la barrera. ¿Qué le pasó? Que va teniendo problemas, tío.
Yay! Congratulations. Congratulations.
I don't know what time I got home last night. Everyone was just dancing in the club.
Here we go, we've got one more runner come in. Well done, Pigeon. Well done, David. David just from the UK. That's a good run, David. 8 hours, 59 minutes. Alongside you there, Phil Rose. Well done, Dave. Great job. Timo, top one. Dale, dale, dale. Ponte la Timo, ponte la
de la UTMB World Series en HOKA Val Pyrenees. Venga, que no vale la fiesta, Sebastián, enorme. Hoy, increíble. Viene la vuelta de él. Felicitación, Buquetín. Adiablo, Apol. Salvatore Nicolás. Caete. Maloyame, pourquoi tu as Maloyame? Quoi, qu'est-ce qu'il a fait? Fenomenal, ya Maloyame, c'est pas possible. Allez, les Français qui s'emportent ici à Liège. Waouh! Tu peux toucher la cloche. Allez, on y va, c'est parti. Une Français, encore. No, belga por ahí también. Vámonos, seguimos. Aquí en Liège, espectáculo, la pelea. Todavía muchísimos corredores y muchísimas por llegar. Venga ahí, que ya están aquí, que ya están ahí. Están bajando. Ahí. Míralos ahí, que ya llegan, míralos, ahí están. Ahí están, vámonos. Bravo, venga, que viene la cruz. Ahí va. Venga, qué buena Jorge, vaya trolita. Mira quién te pone la medalla, hombre. Mira ahí quién te pone. Muy bien. Ahí está, pedazo de padre, madre mía. Jorge Navarro Sáenz. Enhorabuena. Eres finisher. Oh, Cancio. Welcome, Cancio, welcome. Tú diera. Venga, esos últimos metros, lo tienes, tío. ¡Arriba! Uy, mal fallo. Venga, buenísima. Unas. Y mira a Lucía con Sara. Mira, Luisa, enorme. Venga, ¿qué te pasa? Buenísima, Manuel. Y buenísima. Felicitación, Fabián. A bloque de Gabriel. Muy bueno. Ya tú me la pones. José Antonio, dale. Buen trabajo, Diego, buen trabajo. Aquí en Liella, enorme. Jan. Claro que sí, grito de guerra, bravísimo Oriol. Venga Fernando, los colegas y Juan Pedro, que uniformados, madre mía. Bravísimo. Stay good. Everything okay? You alright? How was the race, man? He's not ultra. ¿qué ha pasado? ¿Qué pasa en ese día? A ver, cuéntanos, ¿qué pasa en el... Venga, venga, más. Steven, desde otra vez de raya, Steven. Bravísimo. Bravo, Justin. Felicitación. Wow. Lo tenemos. Enhorabuena. Y estamos en Rife. Bravísimo. Más corredores. Richard Ross. Best friends here in Motherland. UTMB. Windermere, Richard Ross. Congratulations. You are finisher. HOKA Val finished by UTMB. Daniel, lo tienes aquí, lo has conseguido, tío. Desde Alcoy, desde Alicante con amor. Ahí estamos. Otro valenciano más en meta. Vamos todo, venga todo. Dale, todo. Bravísimo. Aymar, que ya te he fichado, chaval, que ya te he fichado. ¿Dónde está Juaco? ¿Cómo se llama? Joaquín, ¿cómo se llama? Venga ahí, vamos. Alain. Félicitations mon Paul, bien fait Laurent aussi. Oculo pour le français ici à Villela. Antonio, enorme. ¿Cómo lo ha hecho Antonio? Un aplauso para Antonio, pero ¿qué pasa, tío? Que no estamos aquí para nada, venga. Otro aplauso para Antonio, que lo ha hecho increíble. Más. Bravísimo. Venga. Espectacular, tío, ¿cómo estás? Venga, que viene. Vamos, con música, de Europa. Gracias, Juani. Vamos, Jaime. Qué bueno. Presentación junto a Justin. Óculo, Justin. Aliano, please. Oh, please, aguarde, afición de Atlanta, otro danés en casa. ¿Cómo ha ido la carrera? Cuéntanos, ¿cuál es la conducción a todo tu club de fans? ¿Cómo se ha desarrollado el día? Puntos a favor, ¿dónde has casi ganado la carrera? Cuéntanos. Queremos saber todo.
Si fuera por ellos yo hubiera ganado, pero no, hemos salido bien y subiendo hasta ahora me he sentido bien, bajando ya la derecha, he estado caminando todo pruebo. He sufrido mucho bajando por Pyrenees. Aquí parece que me he musculado, verdadera he subido animal y tú caes sin frenar esa bajada. Yo creo que también hay que cortar, o sea, no baja dando volteretas de nada.
La movida es que sube y luego baja.
Todo lo que sube.
Ojo, qué declaraciones, Dios mío, tú no eres. ¡Espectacular! ¡Espectacular! ¡Qué declaraciones! Casi podium por Morales se queda, casi podium, hermano. Muy bien, bien hecho, bravísimo. Venga, papi, venga, papi, venga, Miguel, venga, Miguel. Venga, papi, venga, venga. Queremos más. Y más, y más, y más. ¿Y qué me decís de lo que hemos montado este año? Ojo, con el Village. Ojo con el Village. Si no encuentras lo que quieres, mal, muy mal. Porque fíjate toda la liada que tenemos aquí montada. El camión vibra, todo tema de Dacia la Vega. Espectacular. Venga, 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 más, más, más. ¡Oh, qué bueno! Otro más que se meta, vámonos. Déjeme descubrir. ¡Wow! ¡Ya, Michel! ¡Incroyable! Ça va? Ça a été bien? C'est dur pourquoi? C'est des voitures, hein? Tous. Venga, venga, más, más, más. La cruz, acérquense, venga. Animar a todo el mundo, dale francés, ale Tony. Compadre Tony francés, vámonos. Venga, Fabi, que quedan en 2 horas, comienza la mandanga, va. Guárdate alguna, guárdate alguna. Que luego viene aquí todo el mundo que no lo conozco yo. El año pasado, la mandanga empezó 18, 14, que me acuerdo. Bien, Fabi, vaya labor. Y este año que le han puesto casita de madera, madre mía, se lo merece, se lo merece mucho. Aranés, como dice Lepa, kilómetro cero, DJ Fabi. Yeah, man. Vámonos más, tío, qué bueno, qué bueno. Bravísimo, Aisha, bravísimo. No es español. ¿Sabes bien? ¿Cómo la Aisha? Celebramos mucho, Aisha. Enhorabuena. Felicitación. Enhorabuena en catalán, en francés y en castellano. Venga y vámonos. Cabón, 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 cabón. cañas de la bandera. Buena de verdad, sí. Venga, enhorabuena. Súper, 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 súper. Welcome from New York. Happy congratulations. Big Ricky. What's happening? Amazing, amazing race for you. Venga, venga, venga. Desde Gerona. Amadeo. Castellón, perdón, de Castellón. ¡Buenísima! ¡Claro que sí! ¡Buenísima! Bueno, venga, está animadita la gente por aquí, claro que sí, porque esta gente es que está tremendamente muy clara con el calor que hace y lo que quiere es que le vamos a lo grande. Así que venga, al siguiente, y ponga para algo, que la han comprado para esto. ¿Para qué la han comprado? Pues venga, va, vamos a darle un poquito de caña a esta meta, va. Dale un poquito, venga. Arriba, viene, que se levanta donde está la meta. Arriba, 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 arriba. ¡Ale, ale, ale, ale! ¡Beatriz! ¡Beatriz, súper, súper! ¡Bravísima ya! ¡Enhorabuena, tío! ¡Y vamos, bravísimo! Not too bad. Yes, for your wars, Natalie.
Best experience in Spanish.
Wow, Natalie, pénsalo, pénsalo. Pénsalo, Natalie. Thank you very much. Y más, bueno, es que está aquí en cola. Parece que aquí Jordi, es que le dé la vuelta.
Pero
Vamos, vamos, vamos. Venga, Xavi. Dale, tranquilo. Bajando las 10 horas. Esa primera ultra, una PDA 50 kilómetros. Y lo tenéis. Venga, Albert, dale caña, venga. Que se venga ahí una buena foto para ti, va. Venga ahí. Puede ser malizada, Xavi. ¡Arriba, Miela! ¡Y arriba, Antonio, ¿qué has hecho? Antonio, ¿qué has hecho? Se va exprimiendo todo por ahí. Venga, venga, los últimos menos. ¡Bravísimo! ¡Bravo, bravo, bravo! ¡Qué bueno! ¡María! ¡Oh, Portugal! ¡Wow! ¡Emocionadísima! ¡Vamos, vamos, vamos! ¡Bien, Javi! ¡Bien, Javi! ¡Buenísima! ¡Otra la 10 en casa! ¡Bravísimo! ¡Welcome, Javi! ¡Welcome, Xavi! ¡Welcome, Javi! Javi, please. Please, Javi. Vicky, congratulations. Vicky, congratulations. Venga, 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 venga. Vamos, María, lo tienes. Toma la campana, María, que rápido, mira. Ven conmigo, va. Buenísima, claro que sí. Vamos, Javi. Vamos, Miella, que estamos de fiesta, hombre. Arriba, Javi. Guau, guau, guau. Xavi, ¿qué pasa? Venga ya. Venga, venga, venga. Luis Miguel. ¿Cómo la mueve? Antonio, otro Antonio en meta, ya somos dos, vámonos. Y hay muchos que llegan mirando al cielo, por algo será. ¡Vamos, papi! Buena dedicatoria. Bienvenido, Diego, bienvenido. ¡Arriba, los Leones! ¡Vamos! Dale, caña, que nos vamos. Venga, 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 arriba, arriba, arriba. ¡Arriba, Javi! Madre mía, Silvia Kester, madre mía, qué bueno. Vaya equipo, titanas. Guerra de titanas. es que teníamos por allá Javi Cabero. Entonces, de la bandera que conoce bien la prueba y que queremos felicitar. Javi Cabero, gracias. Ahí está el Cabero. Javi, un momentito solo un momentito. Aviso. Arán. Bueno, es que qué calidad tenemos en este valle. Es que no puedo más de recibir araneses que están reventándolo. Pero bueno, se lo voy con Javi Cabero, porque él conoce esta carrera, la ha visto nacer, la has visto desde dentro y ahora la has corrido. ¿Qué sensaciones has tenido? Entiendo que un orgullo total.
Muchas gracias, Toñín. Es un placer poder correr en casa. Es un placer ver cómo todo el Valle de Arán, desde el personal de los servicios, toda la gente se vuelca a la organización, mucha gente que viene de fuera a hacer de voluntario, mucha gente. Nos volcamos, confiamos, creemos en esta carrera, creemos que el Valle de Arán tiene que estar en el top mundial a nivel de deporte y sin duda HOKA UTMB Valle de Arán posiciona al Valle de Arán en lo más alto del trail durante estos días a nivel mundial. Así que poco más que decir, agradecer a todos y todas mis compañeros, mis compañeras, araneses, aranesas, gente que se siente aranesa, gente que lleva días entrenando aquí, gente que es un placer compartir kilómetros, ver cómo se han enganchado a esto del running y ver cómo en las montañas del Valle de Arán también en verano se habla inglés, se habla francés, se habla portugués, se habla chino y se hablan un montón de idiomas. Agradecer otra vez más a todas las decisiones difíciles que se toman desde HOKA Val by UTMB, pensando siempre en la seguridad y poco más que decir. Hasta el año que viene y que suene la campana durante estos días. Sois magníficos, Toñín, sois espléndidos. Gracias por creer en nosotros también. Y gracias a todo el mundo por venir a animar. Gracias a todos.
Ha dicho, qué bonitas palabras desde dentro del corazón, desde un aranés que lo siente bien, Javi Cabero, madre mía. Razón tiene, y es que el Valle de Arán se merece todo. Bravísimo, enhorabuena, más. Venga. Más. Mira que reclaman. Reclaman aplausos. Buenísima. Viene el día, fíjate, hay que correr más. Venga, enhorabuena, Jorge, enhorabuena. Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Extraño tu aroma en la cama, dice que dejas con entras y sale, donde quedaron los besos y todos los planes, no sé si vivir o morir, me encuentro en un limbo desde que te fuiste de aquí, eres la única persona que yo quiero que se venga encima de mí, mi libertad no la quiero, tampoco la vida soltero, yo lo que quiero es que queramos, que todos queremos, tener una cuenta de banco con dígitos y mucho cero, hacer el amor a diario y de paso gastar el dinero. Si todavía me amas como antes,
¡Alexa!
yo sé que mi amor soy farsante, yo sin ti no vuelvo a enamorarme, bebé. Si todavía me amas como antes,
Más.
es interesante, yo sé que
¿Cuánto es? Muy bien. Francisco. Y la Gema, qué contenta, madre mía. Roman, Pepe, Ramón, Julián, Deseo,
sin ti no vuelvo a enamorarme, bebé.
venga, venga, Iván, buenísima. ¡Arriba! Venga, venga, venga. Emilio y David, disfrutando de su momento. Filomena, Filomena, buen trabajo, tía, buen trabajo. Bravísimo, vamos Casi, vamos Pedro. Y también, Begoñita y Fran. Buenísima Begoña. Felicitaciones, Fran. Bravo Luis Alberto Hernando. Bueno, campeón del mundo. Bravísimo. Desde Castilla y León, Luis Alberto, ella espera. Jasper Virgen. ¡Amigo! ¡Qué bueno, qué bueno! Y Betty y Alexia. ¡Bravo! ¡Un aplauso para ellas! Pasarán esas triunfando. Los insectos, chicas. ¡Qué bueno! ¡Vaya cara que tiene aquí! Juan de Castellón. Y en la plana, vámonos, alto aquí ella, pasando por Belén. Y aquí están. ¡Bravísimo! ¡Enhorabuena! Venga, 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 bravo, bravo. Bueno, Sanz, qué bueno. A ver, más arañetas por el valle, ¿qué pasa? A ver, ¿cómo ha ido la carrera? Venga, venga, y a triunfar. Venga, todos arañetas aquí triunfando. El Jaime, falta Joaquín. No, Joaquín por ahí falta. Jaime, eso, Jaime, no, Jaime lo tenemos ya, pero el año pasado se llama Joaquín, que me acuerdo yo. Juanjo. Juanji. El Juanji falta. Pero bueno, vaya afición de tres aquí, Y hombre, pues teníamos sobrado. A ver, ¿qué ha pasado, Betty? Las dos del Valle. Hija adoptiva del Valle, ¿no? A ver, hija adoptiva del Valle, la Alexia. Aborece. A ver, no se da la mesa aquí. Entrevistas a la mesa. A todas las... bravísimo. Jordi, enhorabuena. Casi se come blanco. Venga, Tony, bravísimo. Mira que ya gente, Tony, perdona, Tony. Gracias por la comprensión. Llega mucha gente, Fernando, llega muchísima gente. Dorian, Sefe, Sevilla Fe. Venga, más. Lo tenemos. Enhorabuena, David. Bravísimo, Benoit. Venga, Mozart. Bravísimo, continuamos llegando la fiesta de Viella. Venga, bravo, Javi. Bravísimo. Ana Raquel y su afición. Qué buena la belleza de Raquel. Lo tienes. Ponga la campana. La gloria es tuya. Florian. Iker. Bueno, Neva. Amén. Matías, qué bueno que viniste, Matías, qué bueno. Venga, que no pare la fiesta en Viella, porque todavía quedan muchos corredores. Pues nada más y nada menos que a 6.000 corredores tenemos que recibir y más o menos vamos a por los 1.000. ¡Qué bueno! ¡Hola, Cano! ¡Enhorabuena! ¡Bravo! ¡Bravísimo! ¡Felicitación! ¡A Viella! ¡A la banda! ¡Bravísimo! Madre mía, ya me va a llegar gente. Venga, man. Venga, Alejandro. Javi, Juan Manuel Cortés, ojo, ojo que corredor, mejor persona. José Manuel Cortés, y ojo, espera, el Juanchi, local legend. Después, estoy aquí. Hay un Camera Runner con ellos, tranquilo. Vámonos, esperando a Juanchi también. Y esperando a vosotros, esperando a más personas. Enrique no, pues para allá, Enrique, Desde Castellón hasta Viella, vámonos, qué enorme, tío, qué enorme. Bueno, qué bonito, dale. José Manuel Cortés, grande, qué cabrones son tus amigos. Vamos allá, Jorge. Venga, respetamos un poquito con los móviles. Para el resto de corredores, si puede ser. Para todos, por favor, respetamos un poquito con los móviles grabando, porque si no se acumula mucha gente grabando. Martín. ¡Bravísimo! ¡Bien hecho, Maricel! Venga. Ale, Alexandre, ale. Vámonos, venga. Vamos. Ale, la pendiente familia. Bonita familia, qué precioso, venga. Venga, venga, Denis.
Bueno, pues poco vamos a seguir ahí en la línea de llegada de la línea de meta, divirtiendo a los corredores y corredoras como Catalina Costa desde Portugal, de meta para ver Catalina. Ole. Ya tenemos en línea de meta más de 700 corredores y Catalina Costa. El siguiente que va a llegar es Mike Puyol. Mike Puyol desde Vic, desde Barcelona. Venga Mike, venga Mike. Está por aquí la Ana Gómez. Ana Gómez. Dando la mano, ahí viene, preguntaba yo por la Ana Gómez, pues ahí viene Ana Gómez acompañando a Marc Puyol. Todo esto es para ti, todo esto es montado para ti, Marc. Ahora Venga, a ver todo el equipo, arriba, arriba, arriba. Ahora es el Ficho Verde. El Ficho Bonan. Felicitaciones. Ahí tenemos, tocando. Parcial. Mira. Alexis. Y al fondo de la recta de meta. Esperando la campana para hacer sonar a Estadero Simón Josion de la France. Felicitación, Simón. Viene Katia Cerezuela. Katia, ahí está. Katia Cerezuela. Bienvenida, Katia. Felicitación. Simón Josion.
See the lights, see the party, the bargains, see you make your way through the crowd and say hello. Little did I know.
Venga, venga, ya lo tienes hecho. Solo arriba. Hoy tenemos a Charlotte Jover, Brunsulen, Charlotte de Suecia. Venga, va, un multi. Va, Paul, Paul, Si les dijeron que venían a ver una carrera entera, han venido a una fiesta, esto es una verbena. Y con verbena tenemos la mejor música a cargo de DJ Bobby. línea de meta. Y con el 3.200 ahora tenemos el recibo a David Ballesteros. Bien, David, bien. Enhorabuena, David, ya lo tienes. Bienvenido. Felicidades. Ahí llegan a agarrarse la mano. Este momento. Ale, Oceania. Tú salé ensemble. Ensemble. Felicitations. Guillaume, Maxime. Para hacerle tocar esa campana Livestream from China. Congratulations, Livestream. Venga, quieta ahí. Oh. Desde Costa Rica, pura vida, brother. Pura vida, hermano. Alemania, ahí está, felicidades, enhorabuena. Todo el equipo llegando, ahora llega Ricardo González, Adriana Gómez, Pedro López, Miquel, Víctor, venga, Oliviera. Y ahí están los Castillo, desde Maratón, desde Madrid, el equipo Castillo. Venga, los Castillos llegan a la meta, juntos. Ahí está Juan Manuel del Moral, llegando con los compañeros a la línea de meta. Nos gusta la Pepe, nos gusta ver llegar a Pedro Díaz desde Portugal y decirle